As the world outside your window settles into its deepest silence, and the weight of the day begins to dissolve from your shoulders, you can allow your thoughts to soften and drift. There is no need to follow any path tonight, only to rest, as the quiet voice here becomes just another part of the stillness around you. If the calm that follows feels like a place you might wish to return to, you could choose to let the channel know in your own time. The field, in the hour before dawn, was not a stage set for heroes. It was a tract of land like any other, carved by streams and cattle paths, now holding the imprint of thousands of boots. The ground was not firm, but yielding, a thick paste of autumn soil and last night's rain. Men stood in their rows, not as statues, but as living things trying to hold a shape their bodies resisted. The cold seeped up through the soles of their shoes, a dull, persistent ache that merged with the stiffness in the knees from hours of standing still. They did not speak much. Breath came as visible mist in the dim light, and to speak felt like a waste of warmth. They listened instead to the small sounds, the creak of leather, the distant complaint of a horse, the sigh of the man 3 places down the line. They watched the sky lighten from black to a deep, bruised gray, revealing the mist that clung to the low parts of the field like a shroud. There was no grand view, only the back of the helmet in front, and the slow revelation of muddy grass underfoot. The signal, when it came, was not a clear trumpet call cutting through the air. It was a sound that seemed to get lost in the fog, muffled and distant, like something heard from underwater. Some men heard it and shuffled forward because the men around them shuffled. Others, their ears ringing with attention of their own making, only moved when the press of bodies around them left no choice. There was no line that leapt forward as one. The line spilled, it sagged, it pushed itself incrementally toward the other side of the field, which was just another mass of gray shapes in the mist. The movement was not a charge but a reluctant migration, a heavy, collective leaning into the space ahead. Each step was an effort of suction, pulling boots free from the mud with a wet, reluctant sound. The air, once still, began to stir with the movement, carrying not the scent of earth and morning, but the first hints of sour breath, of oiled metal, of damp wool and the animal smell of fear. The distance closed not in a rush, but in a slow, inevitable convergence. The space between the 2 shuffling masses became a strip of trampled grass, then a narrow no-man's land of churned mud, and then it was gone. The first impact was not a clash, but a collision of shields, a deep, wooden thud that traveled up the arm and into the teeth. There was no single sound, but a sudden eruption of noise that was less like music and more like the inside of a foundry. A cacophony of grunts, shouts, the crack of wood on wood, the scrape of metal on metal, and a high, constant ringing that came from everywhere and nowhere. In the first moments, the world shrank to the diameter of an arm's reach. A man's universe became the sweat-stained leather of his shield boss, the terrified eyes of the stranger pressed against it, the ache in his shoulder from the constant, vibrating pressure. The idea of a plan, of a formation, evaporated. The goal distilled into a single, primal directive, to remain vertical. To go down into that mud, under the feet of so many, was to disappear. The sun, a pale disk behind the haze, climbed higher. It offered no warmth, only a diffused light that made the steam rise from thousands of laboring bodies. Inside the padded gambeson, a layer of quilted fabric soaked through with sweat and rain, the heat built relentlessly. It was a damp, suffocating heat that prickled the skin and drew salt into the eyes. The helmet, a world of its own, narrowed vision to a slit, framing a chaotic blur of movement and color. Each breath was recycled air, hot and metallic, tasting of the iron rim of the vision slit. The noise was not something heard, but something felt. A physical pressure against the ears, a vibration in the chest. Within it, Individual sounds emerged and vanished. A scream cut abruptly short, a curse, the wet, thick sound of something striking something soft. Time did not pass in minutes, but in phases of exhaustion. The first burning in the muscles gave way to a deep, trembling fatigue. The shield, once held high, began to sag, its weight magnified tenfold by the relentless pressure pushing against it. Arms moved not with thought, but with a jerky, automatic rhythm. Shove, pull back, shove again. The weapon, whether axe, spear, or sword, became a clumsy tool, its use limited by the crush of bodies on all sides. There was no room for a swing, only for short, jabbing motions, awkward and inefficient. A man fought not against a single opponent, but against the pressure in front, the shove from the side, the stumble from behind. He fought to keep his footing on a ground that was no longer ground, but a slippery paste churned from earth, blood, and worse. The mind, under this onslaught, began to retreat. The conscious stream of thought, fear, anger, strategy, slowed and then stalled, replaced by a kind of sensory blankness. The eyes saw, but did not register. The ears heard, but did not interpret. The body operated on a memory deeper than thought, the drilled repetitions of training taking over where the mind could not go. Some men later spoke of feeling detached, as if watching the chaos from a slight distance, curiously observing the actions of their own limbs. The concept of direction vanished. The sun's position meant nothing. The banners were lost in the melee. A man might turn and turn again, and find himself facing his own side, or a confused knot of both, with no way to tell them apart beyond the immediate threat of a raised weapon. Friend and foe became academic distinctions in a world reduced to movement and threat. And in the midst of this, small, absurd details imposed themselves. The elaborate embroidery on a tabard, now ripped and soiled, a singular, perfect tooth lying in the mud, the way a drop of sweat would cling to the end of a nose before falling, the sudden, vivid memory of a warm hearth, or the smell of baking bread, appearing unbidden and then vanishing just as quickly. The body's complaints were constant and mundane. A cramp in the calf, an itch under the helmet that could not be scratched, a thirst that was a dry, cracking pain in the throat. These small tortures existed alongside the larger terror, a counterpoint of the ordinary to the catastrophic. As the sun reached its zenith, the battle did not end with a decisive moment, but with a gradual unraveling. The collective will, that intangible force that held men in place, began to fray at the edges. It started not with a command, but with a perception, a shift in the pressure. A slight easing on the left flank. A few figures breaking from the back of the press and moving away, not running, but walking with a hurried, stumbling gait. The sensation spread like a rumor, faster than sight. The line, once a solid wall of resistance, developed pockets of emptiness. The noise, once a solid wall of sound, developed holes through which other sounds could be heard. The moans of the wounded, the calls of birds who had returned to the field's edges. The fight did not stop, but it changed. The shoving became less forceful. The blows became more sporadic. Men began to look around, to check their footing, to seek the faces of their comrades. The frenzy was cooling into a wary, exhausted stalemate. Then somewhere a horn sounded. It was a different sound from the morning, not a call to advance, but a long, wavering note of recall. It was ignored by many, heard by some, but it was permission. A man would lower his shield, his arms screaming in relief as the weight was removed. He would take a step back, then another, his eyes never leaving the blurred figure opposite him, who was also stepping back. The space between them, so fiercely contested, began to widen, inch by inch. There was no cheering. There was only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing, the clatter of a dropped weapon, the slow, sucking sound of boots pulling free from the mud as men turned away. The field, in the aftermath, was not a picture of victory or defeat. It was simply a field again, though terribly altered. Those still standing did not celebrate. They stood, swaying slightly, or sat down heavily right where they were, unable to take another step. They wiped their faces with trembling hands, smearing grime and blood. They drank greedily from waterskins, the water tasting better than any wine. They looked for familiar faces, their eyes scanning the scattered, sitting figures with a dull, growing dread. The work of the living began, and it was methodical, grim, and practical. Weapons were collected from the ground, prized from stiffening fingers. A good dagger, an unbroken spear, a helmet with a clean dent. These were treasures. The dead were relieved of anything of use. Boots, belts, purses, rings. It was not vengeance, but economy. The light began to fade, the bruised gray of dawn returning as the bruised purple of dusk. Fires were lit at the field's edge, not celebratory bonfires, but small, necessary flames for warmth and to heat water. Men gathered around them, not speaking, their faces empty in the flickering light. They stared into the flames, seeing nothing or everything. The night would be cold and long and filled with the sounds of the wounded. And in the morning, the sun would reveal the field once more, and the slow, weary business of moving on would begin again, under a sky that held no memory of what had passed beneath it. The wind would eventually smooth the mud, and the grass would, in time, grow over the scars. The night after the field was a hollow expanse, punctuated not by stars but by the low fires of the survivors and the distant, rhythmic cries that were not quite human. Sleep did not come as a surrender but as a series of shallow collapses, where a man would lean against his pack or slump over his knees, only to jerk awake moments later, his hand closing on a weapon that was already there. The mind, released from the immediate press of danger, began its slow and disordered accounting. It replayed not the battle but fragments, the way a particular shaft of afternoon light had caught the edge of an axe, the startling blue of a wildflower trampled into the mud beside a boot, the precise, wet sound of a man clearing his throat just before the lines met. These images held no meaning. They simply appeared, vivid and intrusive, against the backdrop of the dark. The body, too, began its report. Aches announced themselves in joints that had been locked in position for hours. A thumb, sprained against a shield rim, throbbed with a dull, hot pulse. Every bruise, unnoticed in the fury, now mapped itself across the skin in shades of deep purple and yellow under the grime. The cold, deeper now without the furnace heat of exertion, seeped into the bones. A cold that hot wine from a shared skin could only push back for a few moments at a time. The camp was not a single entity but a scattering of small, silent gatherings. Men from the same village or levee sat close, sharing warmth, passing a skin without words. The silence was not peaceful. It was the silence of profound depletion, broken by the occasional log settling on a fire or a stifled groan from the surgeon's tent. A space that was merely a larger fire with cloaks stretched on spears to block the wind. Inside, the light flickered over faces slick with sweat and hands that shook not from cold but from lingering terror. Procedures were swift, brutal, and often final. The primary tool was the saw, its teeth designed for green wood. The primary medicine was the cup of strong spirits, given before and, if one survived, after. Success was measured not in full recovery, but in cessation of bleeding, of screaming, of life. Those who walked away from that space did so with a vacancy in their eyes, clutching a bandaged stump or a torso tightly bound, their future now a narrower, more painful road. Dawn, when it came again, was a gray and gradual revealing. It showed the field in a new, terrible stillness. The shapes that dotted the expanse were no longer men, but the belongings of men, abandoned in attitudes of final rest. The scavengers were already at work, not just the soldiers looking for salvage, but crows that walked the ground with a proprietorial air, and foxes that skirted the tree line, eyes gleaming. The living moved among them, their tasks methodical. They rolled bodies onto cloaks to be dragged to pits dug at the field's edge. The sound of digging had begun in the night, the steady chunk of spades in earth, and it continued now, a monotonous counterpoint to the calls of the birds. Identity was often impossible. A crest on a surcoat, a distinctive piece of jewelry, a weapon with initials carved in the hilt. These might save a man from the common grave, promising a return to his family for burial on consecrated ground. But for most, there was only the pit, and the quick, muttered prayer of a tired priest who had seen too many such mornings. For the army that remained, the day was for movement. Stiffly, like old men, they packed what little they had. Tents that had been erected with hope the previous week were now stained and torn, collapsed without care. The baggage train, a tangle of carts and anxious horses, was reassembled. The order to march was given not with a trumpet, but by the simple fact of the vanguard beginning to walk, the rest falling in behind because there was nothing else to do. They left the field behind, but they carried it with them in the mud on their boots, in the rust already blooming on their mail, in the quiet that hung over the column like a fog. The road was not a path to glory, but a long, dusty track that led to the next ford, the next hill, the next possible place for an ambush. Men marched with their heads down, watching the boots of the man in front. The landscape unspooled. A copse of birch trees, their leaves turning yellow. A stone bridge over a sluggish stream. A burned-out croft, its chimney standing like a tombstone. None of it was noted for its beauty, only for its tactical potential or its irrelevance. The march was a time of physical pain and mental drift. Blisters formed and burst inside boots that were never dry. The weight of a pack, insignificant at dawn, became a grinding torture by midday. The mind, unmoored from the immediate threat of violence, wandered into strange territories. A man might find himself reciting a nursery rhyme he had not thought of since childhood, its simple rhythm matching his plodding steps. Another might become fixated on a single, trivial problem, the exact manner in which a strap on his armor had frayed, and how he might repair it with a piece of thread he did not have. Conversations, when they occurred, were brief and practical. Discussions of the battle were avoided. Instead, they spoke of the quality of the road, the rumor of a village ahead, the hope of fresh bread. Memories of home were too sharp, too painful to touch. They were locked away, to be examined only in the deepest privacy of a sleepless night. They marched until the light failed, and then they made camp again. The routine was the same. Clear a space, gather firewood, fill water skins from the nearest stream. The fires were smaller tonight, the groups tighter. Sentries were posted, their eyes straining into the growing dark, jumping at every rustle in the undergrowth. The food was a bland porridge or a piece of hardened salt meat boiled into submission. It was eaten not for pleasure, but for fuel swallowed without tasting. Afterward, men sat staring into the embers, polishing a sword that was already clean, or simply lying back on their bedrolls, looking up at the slow wheel of the stars. The cosmos offered no answers, only a vast, cold indifference. The warmth of the fire reached only the front of the body. The back was always cold. Sleep, when it finally came, was often worse than wakefulness. It was in sleep that the mind lost its tenuous control, releasing the horrors of the day in vivid, screaming tableaus. Men woke thrashing, tangled in their blankets, their shouts dying in their throats as they recognized the concerned or annoyed faces of their comrades around the dying fire. No one commented. It was a common experience. They would simply turn over, pull their cloak tighter, and wait for the sky to lighten. And so the days began to blend, one into another, a procession of discomfort and fatigue. The landscape changed slowly, from open fields to wooded hills, but the routine did not. The body adapted to its new constants. The perpetual hunger, the gritty feeling of unwashed skin and hair, the small injuries that never fully healed. A cut on the hand became inflamed. A cough took root in the chest and would not leave. The army moved like a wounded animal, slowly, persistently, driven by a command structure most of the men would never see. They passed through villages that were often empty, the inhabitants having fled with their livestock and food at the first rumor of an army's approach. They took what was left: a cellar of turnips, a hidden cache of grain, a few scrawny chickens, with a dull sense of necessity, not triumph. They left behind silence and footprints. Rain came, a cold, relentless drizzle that lasted for days. It transformed the world into a study in gray and brown. Mail rusted. Wool cloaks became heavy, sodden burdens that never dried. The road became a river of mud that sucked at boots and wagon wheels alike. Progress slowed to a crawl. Morale, a fragile thing at the best of times, dissolved into a collective, sullen misery. Men marched with their hoods up, their world reduced to the patch of mud 6 feet ahead. There were no battles, no skirmishes. The enemy was the weather, the distance, the creeping rot in their own gear and spirits. At night, in the leaky tents or under makeshift lean-tos, they huddled together for warmth, listening to the steady drum of rain on canvas or leaves. The smell was of wet wool, damp earth, and unwashed humanity. It was a smell that would cling to them, that would feel, in later years, like the very scent of memory from this time. Weeks could pass in this manner, in a strange, suspended state that was neither peace nor war. The great, terrible event of the battle receded, not because it was forgotten, but because it was too large to contemplate daily. It became a landmark in the past, like a mountain seen from a great distance. The immediate concerns were more mundane. Finding dry tinder, patching a hole in a boot, sharing a tiny piece of cheese fairly among 5 men. In these small, repetitive acts, life asserted itself. A joke might be told, so old and worn it was barely a joke, but it would elicit a soft chuckle. A song might be started, just a few lines hummed under the breath, and taken up by another, until it faded away again into the rhythm of the march. These were not moments of joy, but of fleeting connection, reminders that they were still human, still capable of something other than endurance. And always, the land unfolded before them, indifferent to their passage. Rivers swelled with rain and had to be forded, the cold water shocking the breath from their lungs. Forests closed in, their depths full of shadows and the calls of unfamiliar birds. They crossed high moors where the wind cut like a knife and nothing grew but tough, gray grass. They saw ruins of empires older than their own, stone circles and broken walls, and gave them no more thought than they would a large rock. The sky was the only constant, changing from leaden gray to a clear, cold blue, to the bruised purple and pink of a winter sunset. They marched from dawn until dusk, stopped, made camp and slept. And in the morning they did it again. The destination was unknown to most, just a word uttered by an officer. Home was a memory, a picture that grew fainter and more idealized with each passing league. The present was the road, the ache, the quiet companionship of shared suffering, and the slow, inexorable turn of the seasons, as the last leaves fell and the world hardened into the waiting grip of winter. The winter did not announce itself with a single storm, but with a gradual tightening of the world. The morning air, which had once carried the damp chill of autumn, now held a sharp, crystalline bite, that stung the lungs with each inhalation. Frost painted the dead grass white each dawn, a brittle crust that crunched underfoot until the weak sun melted it into slurry by mid-morning. The pace of the march slowed further, hampered not by enemy action but by the very elements. Streams once easily forded were now bordered with thin, treacherous ice. The mud of the roads hardened into frozen ruts that twisted ankles and challenged wagon axles. The men moved through this landscape wrapped in every layer they possessed, their breath pluming in steady, ghostly clouds before their faces. They had become creatures of routine, their consciousness narrowed to the immediate demands of the body. The next step, the next hour of marching, the next scant meal. The camps at night were desperate affairs. Firewood, always a concern, became a precious commodity. Men ranged farther from the safety of the picket lines into the skeletal woods, breaking dead branches from trees with numb fingers. The fires they built seemed to give less heat, their flames struggling against the deepening cold that pressed in from the infinite dark beyond the firelight. Sleep was a fragile, shivering state. Men slept back to back for shared warmth, wrapped in cloaks that were perpetually damp from the day's march, the moisture freezing stiff in the night. Dreams, when they came, were often of simple, profound warmth, of sitting too close to a hearth, of a sun that actually burned the skin, of a bowl of stew so hot it scalded the tongue. They would wake to the same gray pre-dawn, their muscles clenched against the cold. A deep ache settled into their bones as if they themselves were slowly turning to stone. Supplies grew thin. The barren landscape offered nothing. Wagons that had carried grain and salt meat now carried only the wounded and the sick. Rations were reduced to a handful of coarse meal, mixed with melted snow in a helmet or pot over the fire to make a thin, tasteless gruel. Hunger became a constant companion, a hollow, gnawing presence that was more persistent than fear. It dulled the mind and shortened tempers. Fights broke out over trivial things, a perceived larger portion, a misplaced spoon. They were brief, brutal scuffles, ended quickly by the officers or by the sheer exhaustion of the men involved. There was no energy for sustained anger. The arguments ended with both parties sitting apart, breathing heavily, the pointless fury dissipating into the general misery. The column itself began to change shape, to stretch and fray. The strong pushed on ahead, driven by a stubborn will or a fear of stopping. The weak and the ill began to lag, falling behind by yards, then by hundreds of yards. Some would simply sit down by the side of the road, unable to take another step, and watch the tail of the army pass them by. Their comrades would look at them, their own faces blank with fatigue, and offer a shrug or a muttered word that was no help at all. To stop was to die, either from exposure or from the marauding bands that sometimes shadowed the army's flanks, scavenging the stragglers. The decision to leave a man behind was not a decision at all. It was an acceptance of the arithmetic of survival. The army was a slow-moving organism, and it shed its weakest cells as a matter of course. Illness, which had always been present, began to stalk the camp in earnest. The cough that had been a nuisance became a racking, painful hack that left a man gasping. Fever spread through the close quarters, burning through men already weakened by cold and hunger. The surgeon's tent, such as it was, became a place to avoid at all costs. It now held not the battle-wounded, but the sick, and their ailments had no swift surgical solution. The treatments were poultices of dubious herbs, prayers, and isolation. Men would vanish into that tent and not return. Their possessions, a slightly less worn cloak, a better knife, would be quietly redistributed by their messmates within hours. There was a brutal pragmatism to it. Sentiment was a luxury for the well-fed and the warm. Through it all, the landscape remained a vast, silent witness. They marched through valleys where the snow lay deeper, untouched except for the tracks of hares and deer. They crossed hills where the wind screamed with a voice of its own, stripping heat from the body with relentless efficiency. The sky was often a flat, uniform gray, offering no hint of the sun's position, disorienting the senses. Time lost its meaning. One day was indistinguishable from the last, a seamless tapestry of gray light, cold, and fatigue. The only markers were the increasingly rare villages, and these were often haunting in their emptiness. They would find a hamlet of stone cottages, doors swinging open on frozen hinges, hearths cold for weeks. Perhaps a single, ancient resident remained, staring at them from a doorway with eyes that held no fear, only a profound, weary recognition. They would take what little was left, a cache of dried apples in a loft, a sack of forgotten oats, and move on, leaving the silence to reclaim the space. The mental state of the men was one of profound dissociation. They were not heroes on a quest, nor were they victims in a tragedy. They were simply bodies in motion, performing the functions required to continue existing. The past, the battle, home, life before, felt like a story told about someone else. The future was an abstract concept, too distant to grasp. All that existed was the present moment. The sensation of a cold nose, the burning in the thighs on an uphill slope, the taste of metal from a waterskin. Conversations died away to nothing. Men communicated in grunts and gestures. The sound of the march was the crunch of frozen ground, the jingle of harness, the occasional cough, the endless sigh of the wind. And then, one afternoon, with no fanfare, they stopped. The vanguard simply ceased moving. The order rippled back down the column in a wave of halted momentum. They had reached a place. It was not a city, not a fortress. It was a wide, flat plain beside a frozen river, dotted with the ruins of what might have been an old Roman camp, its earthworks still visible under the snow. It was defensible. It had access to water once the ice was broken. There was timber nearby. The order was given to make winter quarters. There was no celebration. There was only a deep, collective exhaustion that went beyond relief. The work began immediately, for to stop moving was to freeze. Axes rose and fell in the twilight, the sound echoing dully in the cold air as they felled trees for huts and palisades. Tents were pitched on the frozen ground, their guy ropes pulled taut. Latrine trenches were dug with pickaxes into the iron-hard earth. It was the work of beasts of burden, performed with a silent, mechanical efficiency. As the days passed, a crude settlement took shape. Huts of logs and turf, chinked with mud and moss, rose in ragged rows. Smoke began to curl from holes in their roofs, the smell of burning pine a new and welcome scent in the still air. The rhythm of life changed from one of constant movement to one of static endurance. The days were filled with the maintenance of existence. Hauling water from the river hole, endlessly foraging for firewood, repairing gear, standing watch on the perimeter. The cold was a constant enemy, a siege against which their hovels were poor defense. Men spent hours simply trying to get warm, huddled around the small, smoky fires inside the huts, their eyes smarting. Time expanded in this frozen limbo. A morning could feel like a week. Boredom set in, a strange, heavy companion after the constant stress of the march. Men carved bits of wood into pointless shapes. They played dice on a flat stone. They told stories, but the stories were old and worn thin, recited more for the sound of a human voice than for the tale. They talked of food in elaborate, torturous detail, describing feasts they had never eaten, remembering the texture of bread from their mother's kitchen with a vividness that was painful. They slept for long hours, the deep, dead sleep of exhaustion, though they never felt rested. The world outside their little encampment ceased to exist. Snow fell, sometimes for days, draping the huts and the palisade in a soft, silencing blanket. When it stopped, the world was preternaturally quiet. The only sounds the distant calls of crows and the snap of freezing wood. The sky on clear nights was a vast, black dome pierced by countless icy stars, beautiful and utterly remote. Men would stand outside for a moment to relieve themselves, look up at that impossible expanse, and feel a loneliness so complete it was like a physical void in the chest. Then they would duck back inside, to the smell of smoke and unwashed men, to the dim orange glow of the embers, to the only semblance of home they would know for a long time. The winter stretched ahead, an endless white road, and they settled into the waiting, their lives reduced to the slow burning of a fire, the melting of snow for water, the passing of another day marked only by the faint lightning and darkening of the sky at the small hole in the roof. The war, the cause, the king who had sent them, all of it was a distant memory, a rumor from another world. Here, there was only the cold, the hunger, and the quiet, desperate business of lasting until the thaw. The thaw did not come as a sudden flood, but as a slow, reluctant yielding. It began with a change in the quality of the light. The sun, when it appeared, no longer held the pale, distant glare of winter, but carried a faint, perceptible warmth on the face if one stood in a sheltered spot out of the wind. The snow, which had lain in deep, crusted banks, developed a granular texture. It softened at its edges, retreating from the bases of trees and the southern sides of the huts in a slow, damp recession. Drips began, a steady, monotonous percussion from the eaves of the shelters, where icicles lengthened by day and froze again at night, only to drip faster the next afternoon. The world grew loud with the sound of water. The trickle under the snow, the gurgle in the newly exposed ditches, the rush of the river as its ice groaned, cracked, and finally broke into great, grinding plates that lumbered downstream. With the softening earth came mud, a deeper and more clinging sibling to the autumn mud. The neat, frozen paths of the winter camp dissolved into a quagmire. Every journey from hut to latrine, to the river, to the woodpile, became a laborious slog. Boots, already worn thin, sucked deep into the mire and were pulled free with a sound like a kiss. The camp, which had achieved a kind of grim, frozen order, descended into a new kind of chaos. The lower-lying huts found damp rising through their floors of packed earth, a cold, insidious wetness that soaked into bedding and made the very air inside feel clammy and thick. Men moved through their days with a permanent layer of mud spattered to their knees, a grime that worked its way into the weave of their clothes and the seams of their skin. The lengthening days brought not relief, but a new set of tasks and a reawakening of old anxieties. The winter had been a time of suspended animation. Now, with the world coming back to life, the reason for their presence here, the war, the enemy, also re-emerged from its cold hibernation. Scouts were sent out with greater frequency, disappearing into the dripping woods for days at a time, returning with reports that were discussed in low tones by the officers. The men watched these comings and goings with a passive, wary interest. The routine of maintenance continued, but now there was an undercurrent of anticipation, a low hum of dread that had been absent in the deep silence of winter. Repairs to weapons and armor, once a mindless way to pass the time, took on a new significance. A man would sharpen a blade already sharp, checking the edge against his thumb, his thoughts no longer on the action itself but on the possible, probable future use of the tool. The landscape itself transformed, revealing what the snow had hidden. The melting banks exposed the detritus of their long stay. Gnawed bones, fragments of broken pottery, the frozen, contoured outlines of waste. It also revealed the first signs of new life, tight-furled buds on the trees, the brave green spears of snowdrops pushing through the brown mulch in sheltered places. These small affirmations of continuity felt almost like a rebuke. The world was proceeding on its endless cycle, indifferent to the frozen suffering it had just hosted. Birdsong returned, a tentative chorus at dawn and dusk, sounds that seemed impossibly bright and complex after months of wind and silence. The men heard it and for a moment might pause in their work, listening. But the beauty of it was distant, belonging to a world they observed but could not touch. Their own world was still one of mud, of damp wool, of the ache in bones that had been cold for too long. Supplies, which had dwindled to a critical point by the end of winter, were now nearly exhausted. Foraging parties went out, but in this season between seasons, there was little to find. The first tender greens were not enough to sustain an army. They dug for roots, they set snares for hares, they fished in the icy, rushing river with scant success. Hunger, a constant companion, grew sharper. The communal pot yielded a broth so thin it was little more than flavored water, with a few pieces of tough, unidentified meat or some wrinkled, preserved vegetables. Men ate quickly, without looking, focusing on the sensation of warmth in the belly rather than taste. Dreams of food became more vivid, more torturous. They were no longer banquets, but simple, profound visions. A thick slice of buttered bread, a wedge of hard cheese, an apple with skin that snapped under the teeth. The body, weakened by months of privation, became more susceptible to illness. The damp cold of the thaw was in some ways more punishing than the dry cold of deep winter. Cold spread, turning into rattling chest coughs that lingered for weeks. Fevers bloomed in the close, damp confines of the huts. A new kind of exhaustion set in, a deep lassitude that was mental as much as physical. The effort required to simply get through the day, to haul water through the mud, to tend the smoky fire, to stand watch in the dripping twilight, felt immense. The initial, stubborn will to survive that had carried them through the winter began to fray, worn down by the monotony and the lack of any visible progress. They were not marching toward something, nor were they defending something. They were merely persisting in a patch of mud beside a river, and the purpose of that persistence grew harder to recall with each passing, identical day. Rumors, always the currency of idle armies, began to circulate with renewed vigor. They traveled from hut to hut, muttering from man to man. The king was dead. The king had won a great victory far to the south. The war was over. They would be paid and sent home. They would be moving out within the week to assault a nearby fortress. Each rumor carried a brief, electric charge of hope or fear, lighting up the dull eyes for a moment before fading into the general gloom when it failed to materialize. The officers did nothing to confirm or deny. They moved among the men with closed, preoccupied faces, their own worries evident. The chain of command, so rigid on the battlefield and on the march, had grown slack over the winter. Discipline was maintained, but it was a brittle discipline, enforced by habit and the lack of any better alternative rather than by genuine authority. Nights were still long, but they were no longer the absolute, frozen prisons of midwinter. The air held a chill, but not the killing cold. Men would sometimes sit outside their huts after the meager supper, on stumps or logs pulled near the fire pits, watching the stars emerge in a sky that was now more purple than black. They spoke little. The shared experience of the winter had created bonds, but they were not bonds of friendship so much as bonds of mutual witness. They had seen each other reduced to the most basic animal state, shivering, hungry, silent. There was a raw honesty to that which left little room for pretense or conversation. They simply existed together in the gathering dark, listening to the crackle of the fire, the endless chuckle of the river, the occasional call of an owl. The past was a frozen field and a ringing clash of metal. The future was an impenetrable fog. The present was this: the smell of wet pine smoke, the ache in the back, the slow, patient waiting for something, anything to change. And then, one morning, the change arrived without ceremony. It came not as an order, but as an observable fact in the camp. The smiths, who had been quietly repairing gear for months, began to work in earnest, the clang of their hammers taking on a new, urgent rhythm. The Fletchers were seen sorting and bundling arrows by the hundred. Wagons that had sat axle-deep in mud were being dug out, their beds inspected and repaired. A column of fresh horses arrived, mud-splattered and blowing, led by hard-faced men in colors that were not faded and stained. The men observed this activity with a hollow feeling in their stomachs that had nothing to do with hunger. They knew what it meant. The suspension was ending. The machinery of war, slowed and frozen, was being oiled and cranked back into motion. They began to pack their meager belongings. The process was quick, for they owned little. A spare shirt, a sewing kit, a lucky charm, a knife. They took down the huts that had been their homes, salvaging the leather hinges and the less rotted logs. The hearths, the centers of their world for months, were scattered and kicked over, their stones left to cool in the mud. The landscape, which had been so thoroughly marked by their presence, began to revert. It was a strangely sorrowful process. This miserable patch of ground had been their entire universe. They had learned every dip and hillock, every tree that gave good shelter from the wind. They had cursed it, endured it, and in a way become part of it. Leaving felt less like a liberation and more like another uprooting. On the final morning, they formed up in the same churned field where they had drilled listlessly through the later part of the winter. The line was thinner now. Sickness and the slow attrition of despair had taken their toll. They stood under a sky of soft, gray cloud, the air mild and carrying the rich, earthy scent of the waking land. They were given no speech, no rousing words. An order was barked. A horn sounded, its note clearer and brighter in the damp air than it had been in months. And they began to move, one foot in front of the other. They turned their backs on the river, on the scatter of hearthstones, on the midden pits and the latrine trenches that would soon be grown over. They faced the road, a ribbon of mud leading east, into the unknown green of the coming spring. The march began again, its rhythm both horribly familiar and yet changed by the long stillness that had preceded it. The mud sucked at their boots. The weight of their packs settled onto shoulders that had grown unaccustomed to the load. They did not look back. There was nothing to see. They simply walked, leaving the silent camp to the drip of water from the trees and the first cautious investigations of the birds. The only sound was the collective tread, the jingle of gear, and the long, slow exhalation of men moving from one kind of waiting to another. The road east was not a single path but a network of choices made by scouts and outriders, a slow navigation toward a point on a map none of the common men would ever see. The world was softening into true spring. The mud remained, but it was now interspersed with patches of new grass, a vibrant, almost shocking green against the brown. Trees that had been bare skeletons now wore a faint haze of budding leaves, a green smoke clinging to their branches. The air lost its knife's edge and carried instead the moist, fertile smell of turned earth and growing things. In the fields they passed, peasants were at work behind plows drawn by oxen, small, distant figures in a landscape that ignored the armed column moving along its margin. The sight of this normal, cyclical labor was deeply unsettling. It spoke of a life that continued, that had depth and routine and purpose beyond mere survival. The men watched it with a kind of hungry blankness, as if observing actors on a stage performing a play whose plot they had long forgotten. Their own progress felt alien and disruptive. They were a dark smear moving through the green, a traveling wound. The rhythm of the march returned, a mechanical bending and straightening of the legs, a swaying of the pack, a constant low-grade ache in the feet and back. But the winter's rest, if it could be called that, had not restored them. It had made them softer in some ways, more brittle in others. Muscles protested the renewed effort. Blisters formed in new places on feet that had grown tender. The column's pace was slower than it had been in the autumn, weighed down by the lingering fatigue of cold and hunger, and by the heavier mire of the spring roads. Days began to structure themselves around the search for sustenance. The army was a locust swarm, but a feeble one. Foraging parties fanned out each day, their returns eagerly awaited. They brought back what they could: sacks of last season's root vegetables from cellar holes, the occasional scrawny pig or flock of chickens purchased or taken from outlying farms, bundles of early greens, dandelion, nettle, sorrel, that went into the pot to boil. It was never enough. The meals remained a central, disappointing event. Men would gather around the cook's fires at dusk, their wooden bowls in hand, watching the steam rise from the great kettles. The distribution was a silent ritual. Each man received his portion, turned away, and found a place to sit alone or with his messmates. They ate slowly, savoring each mouthful, scraping the bowls clean with fingers or a piece of hard bread. Afterwards, they would sit, often licking the bowls or their spoons, staring into the middle distance, the brief respite of fullness already fading, replaced by the knowledge that the hollow feeling would return long before the next evening. The nights grew milder. They slept more often under the sky, wrapped in their cloaks, the dampness of the ground seeping through but without the lethal cold. The sky on clear nights was a profound velvety black, dusted with stars, the moon sometimes a sharp sliver, sometimes a heavy, glowing disk. The sounds of the camp at night were different now. The coughs were still there, and the snores, but there were other sounds too. The calls of nightjars, the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth at the wood's edge, the whisper of the wind through new leaves. These sounds were the sounds of life, not just endurance. Some men lay awake listening to them, feeling a strange, unnameable melancholy. The peace of the natural world felt like a reproach, highlighting the profound discord of their own existence. As they moved farther from their winter quarters, the signs of the wider war became more evident. They passed through a village that had been burned. It was not recent. Weeds grew up through the blackened timbers of the cottages, and ivy climbed the stone chimney that still stood sentinel over the ruin. No one lived there. It was a quiet, green graveyard. They marched over a bridge that had been partially destroyed and hastily repaired with rough-cut logs, the carpenter's work obvious and temporary. They encountered other travelers sometimes. A friar on a donkey, his head bowed. A peddler with a handcart pulled off the road, watching them pass with wary eyes. A family with all their belongings in an ox cart, moving away from the direction the army was heading. These encounters were brief and wordless. The civilians would avert their eyes, and the soldiers would stare straight ahead, two different species of humanity occupying the same space without interaction. The internal world of the army was one of deepening grooves. Friendships, where they existed, were based on shared hardship, not affinity. Men knew each other's habits, their coughs, the way they slept. They knew who would share a last piece of hardtack and who would hoard it. They communicated in a shorthand of grunts and gestures. Conversation, when it occurred, was circular, revolving around the same few topics: the quality of the road, the hope for better rations, speculation about their destination that was always vague and ultimately pointless. Memories of life before the army were rarely shared. Those memories were too potent, too painful. They were private treasures or private wounds, to be taken out and examined only in the deepest solitude of one's own thoughts. To speak of home, of a wife, of a child, of a trade, was to make that reality vulnerable, to expose it to the corrosive air of the present. So they remained silent, their pasts locked away, their futures unimaginable. The land began to roll into gentle hills. The marching became harder, the descents jarring on the knees, the climbs burning in the thighs and lungs. The view from the crests was sometimes sweeping. Patchworks of fields and woods, the glint of a river, the distant smudge of smoke that might be a town. They never approached the towns. They skirted them, moving through the hinterlands, living off the margins. They were a traveling island, self-contained and isolated. A floating piece of one kingdom, moving through the territory of another, or perhaps through contested lands where loyalties were blurred and fear was the primary law. Then came the rain. It was a warm spring rain that fell not in a deluge but in a steady soaking curtain for 2 days and 2 nights. There was no shelter. They marched in it, the water finding its way down collars, soaking through cloaks and tunics, turning wool into a heavy, sodden mass. The road became a shallow river. At night, they tried to sleep in it, curled on ground that was more water than earth, shivering not from cold but from a deep, penetrating damp. Everything was wet: clothes, boots, bedding, food. The world was reduced to a monochrome of gray sky and brown water. Fires were nearly impossible to light. When they were managed, they hissed and spat, producing more smoke than heat. Men ate cold, wet gruel, and lay down in puddles to sleep. Morale, already a threadbare thing, dissolved completely. They moved like automatons, their faces blank, their eyes fixed on the back of the man in front. Their world shrunk to the next miserable step. The rain washed away all thought, all feeling, leaving only the pure, animal imperative to keep moving because stopping offered no improvement. When the rain finally ceased, the world steamed. Sun broke through the ragged clouds, drawing vapor from the soaked earth and the wet wool of thousands of men. The air was thick and humid, smelling of wet soil and decay. They marched on, steaming themselves, their clothes slowly crusting with dried mud. The land began to change more noticeably. The woods grew thicker, older, the trees larger. The underbrush was a tangled mass of bramble and new growth. The roads, such as they were, became little more than tracks. The sense of moving through a populated countryside faded. They were entering a deeper, older land. The scouts were out more often, and their returns were met with greater attention from the officers. The column began to move with more caution. Advance parties were sent to secure crossroads. The baggage train was drawn tighter into the center of the marching order. An unspoken tension tightened the air, a vibration that ran through the ranks. The men felt it in their guts. The aimless wandering was over. They were approaching something. The careless noise of the march quieted. Men stopped talking altogether. They listened. They listened to the forest sounds, trying to distinguish bird call from bird call, the natural fall of a branch from something else. They watched the tree line not with appreciation for its beauty, but with a searching, anxious scrutiny, looking for a flicker of movement, a glint of metal, an unnatural stillness. They made camp that night in a clearing by a fast-flowing stream. The routine was the same. Pickets posted, fires lit, meals prepared, but it was performed with a new efficiency, a quiet intensity. Weapons were checked and rechecked. Armor was donned, not left in packs. Men slept with their hands on their sword hilts or their spears leaning against their shoulders. The dark under the trees was absolute, a solid wall beyond the ring of firelight. The sounds of the forest at night seemed louder, more portentous. The hoot of an owl was a signal. The crack of a twig was an approaching enemy. Sleep was a series of shallow, alert naps. Every man was partially awake, his senses stretched out into the darkness, listening for the sound that did not belong, for the shout that would mean the waiting was over and the chaos was about to begin again. The moon rose, casting dappled, shifting patterns through the new leaves. In those patterns, men saw shapes. Advancing men, crouching archers, the shadows of blades. They stared until their eyes ached, seeing nothing and everything. The night stretched on, long and taut as a bowstring, and in the east, the sky began, with infinite slowness, to lighten once more. The dawn revealed nothing but the same dense woods, the same clearing, the same stream running clear and cold over mossy stones. The anticipated attack did not materialize. The tension, having wound itself to a near breaking point, did not snap but slowly unwound into a dull, prickling vigilance that was somehow more exhausting than outright fear. The orders came quietly: to douse the fires, to pack without noise, to form up in a new, tighter column. They moved out not with the usual trudging rhythm, but in a cautious, halting gait, their eyes scanning the green gloom beneath the trees. The world was a cathedral of pillars and filtered light, beautiful and suffocating. Every shadow between the massive trunks held potential. Every rustle in the ferns made hands tighten on weapons. They were no longer an army marching through a landscape. They were an intrusion moving through a living, watchful entity. The path they followed was barely worthy of the name. A deer track widened by the passage of those ahead, twisting around ancient oaks and overgrown thickets. The air was cool and damp, smelling of leaf mold and damp stone. Sunlight reached the forest floor only in scattered, shifting coins of light that did nothing to warm the skin. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft, almost stealthy sounds of their own passage. The crunch of a boot on a twig, the clink of a canteen against a belt buckle, the suppressed cough. It was a silence that pressed on the eardrums, a heavy blanket that made the internal noise of one's own breathing seem dangerously loud. Men communicated with gestures, a pointed finger, a hand held flat to signal a halt. They had become hunters and also the hunted. Hours passed in this green twilight, the sense of time distorted, stretched thin. A mile of this careful progress felt like 10 on an open road. Muscles ached from the constant tension of moving with deliberate quiet, from stepping over fallen logs and ducking under low branches. The weight of their gear, always a burden, now felt like a betrayal, each piece of metal a potential source of a noise that could give them away. The forest seemed to go on forever, a maze without a center or an exit. The only certainty was the direction, maintained by the scouts who flitted ahead like ghosts, appearing suddenly at the head of the column to confer with the captains in hushed tones before disappearing again into the undergrowth. By midday they reached a break in the trees. It was not a clearing, but a rocky shelf overlooking a shallow, mist-filled valley. The column stopped, the men sinking gratefully to the ground, backs against trees or rocks, passing waterskins in silence. From this vantage, they could see the land ahead. The valley was a patchwork of small fields and hedgerows, and beyond it, perhaps 5 miles distant, the gray stone walls of a settlement clustered around a single, taller structure, a church tower or a keep. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, thin gray lines in the still air. It looked peaceful, asleep. The sight of it, this evidence of normal life tucked into the fold of the hills, created a complex ache in the chest. It was a reminder of a world that was not made of mud and silence and fear. But it was also a target. The officers gathered on the lip of the shelf, using branches to obscure their outlines as they studied the valley through far-seeing glasses. Their postures were intent, their gestures sharp. The men watched them, reading the signs. This was the place. The wandering was over. No order to advance was given. Instead, they were told to rest, to eat cold rations, to check their gear thoroughly. The afternoon wore on, the sun sliding behind the high canopy of leaves at their backs, casting long, distorted shadows down into the valley. The mist began to burn away, revealing more detail. A mill by a stream, a flock of sheep like tiny white stones on a hillside, the zigzag pattern of a stone wall. The men performed their tasks with a numb focus. They tightened straps, tested the edges of blades, counted arrows. Some sharpened already sharp points on whetstones. The rhythmic shink shink shink, the loudest sound in the quiet wood. Others simply sat, eyes closed, conserving energy, or staring at nothing, their faces blank masks. The shared anticipation was a physical thing in the air, a thickening. The jokes, the complaints, the idle speculation, all the normal chatter of an army, were utterly absent. Each man was alone with his own thoughts, his own heartbeat, his own memory of what was to come. As the light began to turn the golden, horizontal hue of late afternoon, the orders came, passed down the line in a whisper from man to man. They were to move not down into the valley, but along the ridge, keeping to the tree line. The objective was not the village itself, but a position on the opposite side, a hill that overlooked the main road leading into the settlement. They moved out again, single file now, a long, dark serpent slinking through the dappled shadows beneath the trees. The pace was agonizingly slow, a careful placement of each foot to avoid noise. The distance was not great, but it took the remainder of the daylight to cover it. By the time they reached the designated hill, a gentle, wooded rise on the valley's far side, the sun had set, leaving a band of dull orange and purple in the west. The valley below was sinking into a deep blue gloom, lights beginning to twinkle in the windows of the distant houses. They did not make camp. They dug shallow scrapes in the earth between the roots of the trees. They ate without fires. They spoke, if at all, in whispers that did not carry beyond an arm's length. The night was clear and cool. A three-quarter moon rose, casting a silvery, deceptive light that turned the world into a study in monochrome. From their hidden positions, the men could see the layout of the land below with a strange, detached clarity. The road was a pale ribbon. The walls of the settlement were dark lines. They could see the moving points of lanterns as sentries walked the walls or as someone moved from house to house. The sounds of the evening carried up the hill with an unnatural crispness. A dog barking, a door shutting, the distant fragment of a song from the tavern. It was a diorama of peace, laid out before them like a feast they were forbidden to touch. The night watch was divided into shorter shifts, but no one truly slept. They lay in their scrapes, wrapped in cloaks, staring up at the patterns of leaves and branches silhouetted against the starry sky, or watching the sleeping village. The mind, deprived of the narcotic of routine exhaustion, became terribly active. It replayed old memories with a vivid, painful clarity. It imagined the coming day in flashes of sensation. The smell of smoke, the feel of a ladder rung under the hand, the sound of an alarm bell. It conjured up faces, loved ones far away, the terrified face of the man from the last battle, the bland, focused face of the officer. Some men prayed, their lips moving silently, forming words to a god they hoped was listening. Others made silent bargains, promises of future piety or charity in exchange for survival. Many simply cataloged their regrets, a long, slow parade of mischances and unkind words that now seemed like the most important things in the world. The cold of the night seeped into the ground and up into their bones. They shivered, not just from the temperature, but from the adrenaline that was beginning to leak into their systems. A slow, cold drip of anticipation. Time crawled. The moon climbed to its zenith and began its slow descent. The constellations wheeled imperceptibly overhead. The sounds from the village died away one by one until there was only the sigh of the wind in the tops of the pines and the occasional call of a night bird. The world seemed to hold its breath. In the absolute stillness, a man could hear the blood rushing in his own ears, the dry swallow in his own throat. He could feel the prickle of sweat on his scalp despite the chill. He could feel the immense, crushing weight of the hours yet to pass before anything happened, and the simultaneous, vertiginous pull of the moment when everything would happen at once. The sky in the east did not begin to lighten so much as it began to lose its depth of black, softening to a charcoal gray. The stars in that quarter faded first. The outline of the hills across the valley became subtly more distinct, a deeper black against the less black sky. The village remained a lump of shadow. In the woods on the hill, 1,000 small adjustments were made without a sound. Men eased stiff limbs, checked the fastenings on their armor one last time, took a last sip of tepid water from a skin. They looked to their immediate neighbors, meeting eyes for a fleeting second, a mute exchange that held no reassurance, only shared acknowledgement. This was it. The waiting, the marching, the cold, the hunger. All of it had been the long, winding path to this hillside, this gray pre-dawn, this silent vigil over a sleeping world they were about to shatter. No horn blew, no order was shouted. The signal, when it came, was a simple one. The faint, metallic rustle of the captain rising to his feet, the dark shape of him against the graying sky. All along the line, like a field of dark grass stirred by a single wind, the men began to rise. They rose slowly, stiffly, from the earth that had been their bed. They picked up their shields, hefted their spears, adjusted the weight of their packs. They formed into their rough units, a dark mass coalescing under the trees. They did not look like an army of heroes. They looked like what they were: tired, cold, frightened men emerging from the dirt. They stood for a long moment, looking down at the village, which was now beginning to show the first faint geometric shapes of roofs and walls as the light grew. A cock crowed, the sound impossibly loud and ordinary, echoing up from the valley. It was answered by another, then another. The day was beginning down there, and up here on the hill, in the cool, silent gloom of the woods, 1,000 men took a last, deep breath of the damp, pine-scented air, and waited for the order to move down into it. The descent from the woods was not a charge, but a slow, deliberate spillage. They moved down the slope in a loose, dark wave, keeping to the folds of the land, using hedgerows and the shadows of barns for cover. The dew-wet grass soaked their boots and the hems of their tunics, a cold kiss that went unnoticed. The only sounds were the soft crush of their passage and the distant, ignorant songs of waking birds. The village ahead lay in a shallow basin, its gray stone walls silvered by the first true light of dawn, which now washed the eastern sky in a pale, watery blue. Smoke began to rise from a few chimneys, straight and thin in the windless air. It was a scene of profound ordinariness, a still life of a world at peace. The men advancing upon it felt like creatures from a different plane of existence, their purpose a violent anomaly in the calm morning. They reached the outer fields, the cultivated strips of land that spoke of careful, patient labor. Bean poles stood in neat rows. The first green shoots of grain whispered against their legs. To walk through it felt like a desecration, the careful order of someone's livelihood crushed under hundreds of heedless boots. They passed a shepherd's hut, empty, the door ajar. They passed a well with a stone coping, a wooden bucket sitting beside it. These mundane objects held a strange, powerful weight. They were tokens of a life that was not theirs, a life of simple cycles and quiet mornings. The men looked at them with a kind of hungry curiosity, as if studying artifacts from a lost civilization. Before the first outer wall of the village proper, the column halted. They were close enough now to hear the sounds of morning life with unsettling clarity. The scrape of a shutter being opened, the clatter of a pail, a woman's voice calling to a child. The air carried the smell of baking bread. The aroma was so potent, so out of place, that it caused a physical reaction in many of the men. A hollow pang in the stomach, a sudden, sharp saliva in the mouth. It was the smell of safety, of home, of everything they were not, and for this moment were about to destroy. The orders were given in whispers, passed from captain to sergeant to man. Units broke off, moving to encircle, to block the road on the far side, to secure the gatehouse which stood open, unmanned at this hour. The main body waited, a dark, breathing mass in the lee of an orchard. The tension was no longer a tight wire. It was a solid, cold mass in the gut. Men checked their weapons again, their movements quick and furtive. They adjusted their grips on shields, the leather straps creaking softly. They looked at the village, at the soft glow now appearing in some of the lower windows, and they looked at each other. Faces were pale, eyes wide in the dim light. No one spoke. The shared understanding was absolute. There was no more speculation, no more rumor. There was only this wall, this gate, this quiet settlement, and the action that would now unfold. Then a dog barked. It was a sharp, alert sound from within the walls. It was answered by another. A voice called out a question in the local dialect. The moment of stealth was over. A horn sounded from their own ranks, not a glorious call, but a short, brutal blast that tore the morning apart. And with a roar that was more release than fury, they moved forward. The movement was not a coordinated sprint. It was a lurch, a sudden flood of bodies pouring toward the open gate. The roar was not a single voice but a cacophony of individual shouts, curses, and wordless cries. The world, which had been so still and silent, erupted into violent motion and deafening noise. The first men through the gate met no immediate resistance. They found themselves in a narrow, cobbled street, lined with wattle and daub houses whose upper stories leaned precariously overhead, shutting out the dawn light. The smells changed instantly. Baking bread was joined by the stench of the open gutter that ran down the center of the lane, by the scent of animals from nearby pens, by the damp, closed-in smell of stone and old timber. Then the resistance came. It was not a line of armored knights. It was a handful of townsmen, bleary-eyed and terrified, clutching spears or old swords, rallied by a bell that was now clanging desperately from the church tower. They formed a shaky knot at the far end of the street, their faces masks of confusion and fear. The advancing soldiers did not slow. The two groups met not with a heroic clash, but with a brutal, compressed violence. In the confines of the street, there was no room for tactics. It was a shoving, stabbing, screaming scrum. Shields slammed together. Men tripped on the uneven cobbles. A spear thrust found a gap, and a man went down with a gurgling cry, the sound swallowed by the general din. The townsmen, outnumbered and unprepared, broke almost immediately, scattering into doorways and alleyways. The soldiers pushed past, their momentum carrying them deeper into the village. What followed was not a battle but a systematic unraveling. The initial, organized advance dissolved into 100 separate, chaotic actions. Some men pursued the fleeing defenders. Others began kicking in doors, their focus shifting from combat to plunder. A scream, high and piercing, came from an upstairs window. The clatter of pots and the sound of splintering would echoed from inside houses. The smells multiplied. Spilled ale, overturned chamber pots, the metallic scent of blood now mixing with the everyday smells of the village. For the common soldier, the world fragmented into a series of surreal, disconnected moments. One might find himself in a low-ceilinged kitchen, staring at a half-eaten bowl of porridge on a rough wooden table, while his comrades overturned chests in the next room. Another might be standing guard in an empty street, his heart hammering, watching a cat pick its way delicately over a body slumped in the gutter. The lofty objectives of kings and commanders reduce themselves to immediate, tangible goals. A sack of flour, a smoked ham hanging from a rafter, a silver candlestick, a pair of good boots. The fear and adrenaline of the assault curdled into a sharp, avaricious focus. Men stuffed their packs and pouches with anything of value or use, their movements hurried, furtive, their eyes darting constantly to the door, wary of both enemy reprisal and the envy of their own comrades. Not all was greed. There was also a strange, suspended normality. In one yard, a soldier stood leaning on his spear, watching a sow and her piglets mill about in confused panic, as if unsure whether to tend to them or not. In another, two men from opposite sides of the conflict found themselves trapped in a dead-end courtyard. After a moment of frozen confrontation, they simply turned their backs on each other, each scrambling over a different wall to escape. The violence was interspersed with these moments of absurd, silent truce, where the shared instinct was simply to get away, to find a space that was not filled with noise and threat. The church bell stopped ringing abruptly. The silence that followed was not true silence, but a relative quiet filled with the sounds of looting, of sobbing, of shouted orders from officers trying to reassert control. Smoke began to rise, thick and black, from a thatched roof that had caught fire, either from a dropped torch or a tipped-over hearth. The smell of burning thatch, sweet and grassy, joined the other odors. The fire spread quickly, the dry reed catching with a hungry roar, its light adding a hellish, flickering glow to the morning. Men were pulled from looting to form a bucket chain from the well, not out of mercy for the villagers, but to prevent the entire prize from burning to the ground. As the sun climbed fully above the hills, washing the scene in a clear, pitiless light, the active fighting was over. The village was occupied. The surviving defenders had either fled into the surrounding woods or been rounded up and herded into the market square. The soldiers, their initial frenzy spent, moved with a slower, more deliberate purpose. They consolidated their hold, posting guards on the walls and at the gates. They gathered the spoils in a central location. Piles of food, rolls of cloth, tools, and the pitifully small heap of actual coin and jewelry. Officers moved through the streets, their voices hoarse, trying to impose order, to prevent the complete disintegration of the force into a mob of thieves. For the rank and file, the immediate danger passed, a deep fatigue set in. The adrenaline drained away, leaving them shaky and hollow. They sat on doorsteps or on the edges of the cobbled street, their spoils beside them, staring blankly at the aftermath. Some tended to minor wounds, tying strips of cloth around a cut forearm or a gash on the thigh. Others simply drank from wineskins or from looted bottles, not for celebration, but for a chemical dulling of the senses. The village, which had been a place of life and routine, was now a broken dollhouse. Its doors hung open, its contents spilled into the street. Its people, the old, the women, the children who had not fled, huddled in silent, tearless clusters, watched over by bored guards. The ordinary sounds of life were gone, replaced by the low murmur of the soldiers, the crackle of the dying fire, the occasional cry of a baby. The sun climbed higher. It grew warm. Flies discovered the bodies in the street. The soldiers, sitting in their conquered village, felt no triumph. They felt a vast, empty weariness. They had taken the place. They had done what they were ordered to do. They had food in their packs, perhaps a trinket or two. They were alive. That was the sum total of their victory. They looked around at the smoldering thatch, the scattered belongings, the terrified faces of the captives, and they felt nothing they could name. It was just another morning, in just another place, and the long, slow continuum of the campaign had merely absorbed this event, this patch of disrupted peace, and would now carry them forward to the next one. The officers were already consulting maps, sending out fresh scouts. The rest would be allowed to rest, perhaps for a day, perhaps two. Then they would form up again and march out of the broken gate, leaving the village to its smoldering ruins and its grief, and take the road to the next hill, the next valley, the next sleeping settlement unaware of the dark column moving through the woods toward it. The rest was not rest, but a suspension in a state of uneasy occupation. They did not leave the village the next day, nor the day after. The burned-out shell of the thatched house continued to smolder, a thin, acrid thread of smoke staining the sky. The bodies were dragged outside the walls and buried in a trench, a task performed with swift, impersonal efficiency by those detailed to it. The flies followed them out there. The village itself, emptied of its spirit, became a shell the army inhabited. Men slept in the houses they had looted, on straw pallets or even on the floors of strangers, surrounded by the faint, lingering smells of the families who had lived there. It was a disquieting comfort. The walls offered shelter from the wind and the dew, but the silence within them was heavy, haunted by absence. At night, the unfamiliar creaks of an old house settling could jolt a man awake, his hand already on his dagger, heart pounding in the hollow quiet. Routine reasserted itself, but it was a twisted parody of the village's own former rhythms. The well was the center of activity, not for drawing water for livestock or washing, but for filling the army's casks and waterskins. The market square, where produce and gossip had been exchanged, now held piles of military gear and the constant coming and going of messengers. The soldiers performed their duties, standing watch on the repaired gate, foraging in the surrounding woods for extra firewood, drilling in the fields outside the walls with a listless air. The urgency of the assault had faded, leaving behind a gritty residue of fatigue and a dull awareness of being interlopers. They walked the same cobbled streets they had fought on, the blood now washed away by a recent shower, but the memory of it was etched into the stones, a phantom stain only they could see. The people of the village, those who remained, were a shadow presence. They were kept in a few designated houses near the church, fed from the army stores but otherwise ignored unless they caused trouble. Their movements were restricted. The soldiers saw them sometimes, a woman hanging washing in a walled garden, an old man being led to the latrine trench by a guard, and averted their eyes. There was a strange, mutual shame in the looking. The victors did not feel victorious, and the vanquished were not yet reconciled to their defeat. They were simply frozen in a terrible interim. Occasionally, a child would cry, the sound sharp and piercing in the unnatural quiet, and men would flinch, as if the noise were a physical attack. On the third day, a contingent of horsemen arrived, their tack and armor cleaner, their bearing different. They were not part of the main fighting force, but administrators of conquest. They met with the captains in the largest house, which had been the village headman's. Papers were consulted, lists were made. The officers emerged looking preoccupied. New orders filtered down. A garrison would remain. A taxing kind was to be assessed on the surviving harvest and livestock. The village, it was declared, was now under the protection and authority of the crown. The words sounded hollow in the thin air. Protection from whom? The army itself had been the only threat. For most of the men, this administrative aftermath meant little. Their fate was decided by a different set of orders. They were to move on. The news brought no excitement, only a weary acknowledgement. They had known this pause was temporary. They began to pack again, their meager possessions now slightly augmented by the spoils of the place. A wool blanket, a tin cup to replace a lost one, a small pouch of salt. They packed without haste. The process of breaking camp was now so familiar it was ritual. Yet, leaving these solid walls felt different than leaving the winter huts or a forest bivouac. They were leaving behind a finished piece of work, a completed action, and stepping back into the unfinished, endless business of the campaign. The morning of departure arrived, cool and misty again. They formed up in the market square, their ranks fuller looking for the sacks of grain and sides of bacon loaded onto the wagons. The villagers were brought out to watch, a silent, ragged audience under guard. The headman, a pale man with a bandaged arm, was made to stand before the captain and formally acknowledge the new reality. He spoke the required words in a monotone, his eyes on the ground. The captain nodded, said a few brusque words about loyalty and peace, and turned away. The horn sounded, not inside the walls this time, but from the gateway. The column began to move, boots and wagon wheels echoing on the cobbles for the last time. They filed out through the gate, past the scorched timbers of the burned house, and onto the road leading east, away from the rising sun. The road here was better, a proper track leading toward other settlements. They marched in silence for a long while, the village shrinking behind them, its gray walls soon hidden by a fold in the land and the morning mist. The men did not look back. There was nothing to see. The place was already receding into the past, becoming another landmark in the long geography of the war. The winter camp by the river, the burned hamlet, the village in the valley. It was a pin stuck in a map in some lord's tent, a name on a supply report. For the men who had taken it, it was a collection of sense memories. The smell of baking bread turned to the smell of smoke, the tightness of a street, the weight of a stolen ham in a pack. The road led them through a more populated landscape. They passed other villages, but these were alert, their gates shut, faces watching from palisades. They did not stop. The army was a known quantity now, a plague that had passed by, and the untouched settlements barred their doors and hoped it would not turn back. The column marched on, a self-contained world of dust and muted sound, observed from a distance with fear and loathing. The men inside it grew accustomed to being watched. They kept their eyes forward on the back of the man ahead. The rhythm of the march re-established itself fully. The steady plod, the ache in the shoulders, the dust coating the tongue and teeth. Days passed in this manner. The spring deepened. The sun grew stronger. The mud dried completely, and the roads became corridors of fine, pale dust that rose in clouds around them, coating everything in a gritty film. They marched through farmland golden with blooming rapeseed, through orchards where the apple and cherry trees were heavy with blossom, the scent so sweet and thick it was almost cloying. The beauty was relentless, a taunt. It was a world fecund and bursting with life, and they moved through it like a column of the dead, their business only with endings. They drank from streams fringed with watercress, their water gritty with the silt they stirred up. They camped in fields, their fires small dots of orange in the vast, dark countryside. The nights were warmer now, almost mild. Men slept under their cloaks, looking up at the star-strewn sky, listening to the sounds of the season, the chorus of frogs from a nearby pond, the rustle of small animals in the hedgerows. The mind, during these long marches, entered a state of profound drift. It was not blank, but it was not focused. Thoughts came and went like fish in a slow river. A memory of a particular taste, a half-remembered line from a song, a worry about a loose stitch in a boot. The immediate physical world dominated. The heat of the sun on the neck, the itch of sweat under the gambeson, the precise pattern of blisters on the heels. The past and the future lost their sharp edges. The battle for the village was already fading, taking on the quality of a dream. The next objective was unknown, and therefore not worth the energy of dread. There was only the road, unspooling forever ahead, and the mechanical act of walking it. Their supplies, replenished from the village, began to dwindle again. The fresh bread was eaten, the bacon reduced to rinds. They were back to hard biscuit and thin gruel. The landscape, though rich, offered little to a moving army without the time to stop and properly forage. They passed through a region of low, rolling hills covered in heather that was just beginning to purple. The air here was clearer, sharper. The views were expansive. From a high ridge, they could see for miles. More hills, the silver thread of a distant river, the dark smudge of a forest. It was a land that seemed empty of people, an ancient, sleeping land. The road was little more than a sheep track here. The silence, when they stopped to rest, was absolute, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the heather. It was a lonely, beautiful place, and it made the men feel small and transient. It was in this high, empty country that the scouts returned with a new kind of report. They had not seen enemy forces. They had seen signs of another army's passage, the remains of campfires older than their own, the tracks of many horses and wagons heading in the same direction they were, but perhaps a week ahead. The news moved through the column not as excitement, but as a subtle shift in pressure, like a change in the weather before a storm. They were not alone in this wilderness. Someone else was moving on a parallel course or a converging one. The officers held more frequent, tighter conferences. The pace of the march did not increase, but the quality of the vigilance did. The scouts ranged wider. The column moved with a new tautness, a sense of being part of something larger, a piece on a board they could not see. They camped that night in a shallow valley between two heather-clad hills. The sunset was spectacular, washing the sky in violent shades of orange and purple, but few men watched it. They built their fires low, their talk hushed. The vast emptiness around them, which had felt isolating, now felt like a hiding place that could hide anything. The dark, when it came, was profound, a velvet blackness unpolluted by any other light. The stars were a dizzying, milky spill across the heavens. Men lay in their cloaks, looking up, feeling the immense age and silence of the land press down upon them. The war, with its petty politics and brutal mechanics, felt absurdly small under such a sky. And yet, somewhere out there in that same darkness, another group of men, just like them, was also looking at the same stars, also tired, also afraid, also moving to the inscrutable dictates of some distant lord. The space between them was just land, empty and silent. Soon it would not be. The road was leading them toward a meeting. The long, aimless-seeming march had a destination after all. It was simply a question of when and where and who would be waiting. The night wind moaned over the heather, a lonely, enduring sound that had been there before kings and would be there long after. And in the valley, the small, vulnerable points of firelight burned on, tiny and temporary against the everlasting dark. The high country gave way not to valleys, but to a series of wooded ridges that ran like the bones of the earth beneath a thin skin of soil and pine. The air grew cooler again, carrying the clean, resiny scent of the forest. The signs of the other army became more pronounced, no longer just traces but clear evidence. A recently abandoned campsite with fire rings still warm to the touch, the deep, fresh ruts of cannon wheels in a patch of soft ground, a discarded horseshoe, the nail holes still bright and unrusted. The silence of the woods was now charged with a new significance. It was no longer an empty silence, but a listening one. Every rustle in the undergrowth was assessed, not for what it was, but for what it might herald. The column moved with a predator's caution, scouts flitting ahead like shadows, returning with gestures rather than words. The men marched with their weapons unslung, the butts of spears resting on their shoulders, swords loose in scabbards. The familiar, grinding fatigue was still there, but it was now laced with a sharp, metallic alertness that buzzed just under the skin. They were in the presence of the hunt, and the roles of hunter and hunted were not yet decided. They came to a river, not wide but fast-flowing and deep, cutting a gorge through the wooded hills. The bridge was gone, not collapsed from neglect, but deliberately dismantled. The stone piers standing like broken teeth in the rushing water, the timber superstructure nowhere to be seen. The column halted on the western bank, staring at the obstacle. The water was the color of cold tea, foaming white around the remnants of the piers. The far bank was steep, thick with dark pines. It was an ideal defensive position. For a long hour, they waited while scouts swam the icy current or moved upstream and downstream, searching for a ford or a place to rebuild. The men sat on their packs, saying little, watching the opposite tree line. The sound of the river was a constant, roaring reminder of the delay, of vulnerability. It was here, in the forced pause, that the imagination grew most active. Every shifting shadow in the pines across the water became a helmet. Every bird that burst from the branches was flushed by an unseen advance. The neck prickled with the feeling of being watched. The scouts returned. There was a ford, 2 miles upstream, passable but treacherous, with a steep climb on the far side. The order came to move. The column turned, a weary, fluid organism, and trudged along the bank. The sound of the river was their companion, sometimes loud, sometimes muted by the trees. The ford, when they reached it, was a wide, shallow stretch where the water broke over a gravel bed. It was still chest-deep and brutally cold. There was no ceremony. The men removed their boots and tied them around their necks, hung their packs high on their shoulders, and waded in, linked arm in arm in chains to steady against the current. The shock of the water was a gasp stolen from the lungs. The stones underfoot were slick and uneven. The current tugged insistently at their legs, a relentless, muscular force. They crossed in a slow, shivering procession, the water soaking them to the skin, their bare feet numb by the time they stumbled onto the far bank. They did not stop to dry. They pulled on their boots over freezing feet, the leather stiff and unyielding, and began the climb up the muddy, root-tangled slope, their wet clothes clinging and chafing with every step. By the time they regrouped on the high ground east of the river, the afternoon was waning. They were in a different forest now, older, with massive beeches whose smooth gray bark rose like pillars into a high canopy. The ground was a carpet of last year's leaves, brown and silent underfoot. The light was a dim, green-gold filtered through layers of new leaves. The sense of being followed, of being anticipated, was palpable. The march became a stealthy advance. They moved in near silence, the rustle of their passage lost in the natural sounds of the wood. The goal was no longer just to cover distance, but to find a defensible position before nightfall, a place that was not a killing ground. They found it as the light began to fail. A low, rocky hillock rising from the forest floor, its crown clear of major trees, ringed by a natural berm of stone and earth. It was not a fortress, but it was high ground. The order was to fortify. For the next hours, as twilight deepened into a velvety, starless dark, they worked. They did not dig trenches. The roots were too thick. But they built a breastwork of fallen logs, stones, and earth dragged up in cloaks and helmets. They felled smaller trees to create a bristling perimeter of sharpened stakes. They cleared fields of fire, dragging away deadfall and underbrush. There were no complaints, no shirking. The work was its own urgency. The physical labor warmed them, fighting off the chill from the river and the creeping cold of the forest night. The sounds of their industry, the chunk of axes, the grunt of men moving heavy stones, the scrape of shovels, were loud in the woods, but they no longer cared about stealth. They were declaring their presence, preparing a nest. By the time they were done, true darkness had fallen. No fires were allowed. They ate cold rations in the dark, sitting with their backs against the log wall or the rough bark of the trees within their perimeter. The wet clothes began to stiffen on their bodies. The cold returned, seeping up from the ground and in from the dark forest. They huddled together for warmth, cloaks pulled tight. Sentries were posted at double the usual number, their eyes straining into a blackness so complete it felt solid. The forest at night was alive with sounds, but they were the sounds of its own creatures. The scrabble of a badger, the hoot of an owl, the endless minute rustling of things in the leaf litter. The men listened, trying to parse them, to find the one sound that was not part of the forest's tapestry. Their own breathing seemed deafening. The night passed in a series of tense, waking naps. Dawn came as a gradual lightening of the sky from black to charcoal, revealing the mist that had settled in the low places between the trees. It was a gray, damp, silent dawn. The forest emerged from the dark, tree by tree, a still and watchful assembly. Nothing had happened. No attack had come. The tension, held so tightly for so long, did not break, but it began to fray at the edges, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache of sustained anxiety. They stood down from full alert, but the camp remained a fortified island in the green sea of trees. The day was spent not in rest, but in strengthening their position further, in checking weapons, in waiting. Scouts went out and did not return by noon. Then one did, slipping into the perimeter with a face pale beneath the grime. He spoke in a low, rapid monotone to the captains. The news traveled through the camp not as words, but as a vibration, a collective stiffening. The other army was there. They were encamped in a similar defensive position, roughly 3 miles to the east, across a shallow, open valley of heathan. They had seen our scouts. They knew. The rest of the day telescoped into a single, elongated moment of anticipation. The weather closed in, a low, gray ceiling of cloud that promised rain and delivered a fine, misting drizzle that beaded on wool and made the wood of the spear shafts slick. The world was reduced to the circumference of the hillock, the gray sky, the dripping trees. Time lost all meaning. Men sat in their assigned places along the breastwork, staring into the misty woods, seeing nothing, seeing everything. They ate without tasting. They spoke in monosyllables, if at all. The waiting was an active, draining thing. It was the emptying of the mind to make room for a single, all-consuming focus, the moment when the trees at the edge of the clearing would no longer be just trees. As the afternoon wore on, the drizzle intensified into a steady, cold rain. It pattered on the leaves, dripped from the branches, soaked through cloaks and tunics, and pooled in the footprints around the perimeter. The world became a study in shades of gray and brown and green, all blurred by the falling water. The sentries blinked against the drops, their vision limited to 100 paces at most. The sound of the rain was a constant, hissing static, muffling all other sounds. It was, in its way, a mercy. It hid them. It hid the enemy. It turned the impending clash into something distant and theoretical, something that might not happen in this wet, blurred world. But it would happen. The knowledge was a stone in every belly. The captains moved along the line, speaking quietly to groups of men, pointing out avenues of approach, giving simple, repetitive instructions. Hold the line. Listen for the horn. Watch for the archers. Their words were absorbed without reaction. The men nodded, their faces blank. They had heard it all before. The theory of battle meant nothing. Only the practice mattered, and the practice was a memory of mud and noise and terror that was now rising up to meet them from the future. The light began to fade early, swallowed by the cloud and the rain. The world grew darker, a premature twilight. In the gloom, shapes became less distinct. A stump could be a crouching man. A bush could be a shifting formation. Nerves, stretched wire-tight, began to hum. A man would startle at nothing, earning a hard look from the comrade next to him. The rain continued, unrelenting. It ran in cold rivulets down necks and under collars. It soaked into bows, making the strings slack and useless. It turned the ground within the perimeter into a churned paste. The waiting continued. The enemy did not come. The night began to gather in the deeper shadows under the trees, pooling like ink. The order was passed. Half the men to sleep in their armor in the mud, the other half to watch. But no one slept. They sat in the rain and the gathering dark, their weapons across their knees, and waited for the sound that would end the waiting. The rain hissed. The forest dripped. Somewhere, far away, a branch broke and fell with a soggy crash. And then silence again, but for the rain. The night would be long and wet and very dark. And on the other side of the valley, in another circle of muddy ground and fearful men, the same rain was falling, and the same wait was underway. The space between them was just rain and darkness now. Soon it would be filled with something else. The rain did not cease with the night. It changed. The steady, cold downpour softened into a persistent drizzle, a mist that hung in the air and clung to the wool of cloaks and the leaves of the trees. The dark was absolute, a wet, black wool pressed against the eyes. Time in such darkness was not measured in hours, but in the slow, creeping progression of numbness, in the feet, in the fingers, in the mind. Men sat or stood at their posts. Their world shrunk to the few feet of muddy ground they could feel beneath them and the dim, darker shapes of their comrades to either side. They listened to the symphony of the wet forest, the plink of drops from a leaf onto a helmet, the gurgle of water finding a new path through the leaf litter, the endless, whispering sigh of the drizzle itself. They heard these things until they ceased to hear them, until the sounds became simply the texture of the night. The mind, deprived of visual input and lulled by the monotony, would drift into a state that was not sleep but not wakefulness. A hollow, floating awareness where thoughts came unbidden and unconnected. A memory of a warm, dry bed, the specific grain of a wooden table in a childhood home, the smell of a particular herb crushed underfoot on a summer path. These flashes were vivid, tactile, and utterly divorced from the present. They were not comforts. They were intrusions from a lost world, highlighting the profound dislocation of the here and now. Between these flashes, there was nothing but the chill, the damp, and the waiting. The body's complaints were a constant, low hum. A cramp in the calf, a soreness in the lower back from sitting on wet stone, the raw feeling of skin rubbed by sodden wool. To shift position was to feel the cold, wet fabric pull against the skin anew. To remain still was to feel the cold seep deeper into the bones. It was a balance of miseries. Somewhere in the deepest part of the night, the drizzle stopped. The silence that followed was sudden and immense, a vacuum that made ears pop. The only sounds were the drips falling from the canopy, a slow, sporadic aftermath. In that silence, other senses strained. The smell of the wet earth intensified, rich and loamy. The air felt colder, clearer. Men looked up, and though the cloud cover was still thick, there was a faint, diffused glow where the moon struggled behind the veil. The forest emerged from the utter black into shapes of deeper gray against less black. Stumps, logs, the trunks of trees became visible again, spectral and still. The sentries peered until their eyes ached, searching for movement in a world that seemed to have stopped moving entirely. The tension, which had been a dull, background ache, sharpened again in the quiet. The attack, if it was coming, would come in weather like this in the deceptive lull. But nothing came. The cloud-thinned moonlight waxed and waned. The drips continued their slow percussion. An owl called once, a question that went unanswered. The line of men along the breastwork remained, a continuous, shallow-breathing organism fused to the muddy hillock. Some men dozed fitfully, their chins dropping to their chests, only to jerk upright a moment later, a gasp caught in their throat, convinced they had missed the signal. They would look around wildly, see the same gray shapes, the same still comrades, and the fear would subside, leaving only the deeper fatigue. The sky did not so much lighten as it gradually became less dark. The black softened to charcoal, then to a uniform, flat gray. Details returned. The individual fronds of a fern, the texture of bark on the nearest pine, the weary, stubbled face of the man 3 feet away, pale and smeared with dirt. The world was revealed as it had been left. A muddy fortress in a damp wood. No enemy had materialized. The night was over. A low murmur passed along the line, not of relief, but of a confused letdown. The body, braced for an impact that never arrived, felt unstrung, its energy spent on nothing. The order came to stand down, to eat, to tend to gear. The movements were slow, stiff, as if the men were rusted hinges. They built small, smoky fires in sheltered hollows, just enough to heat water for gruel and to drive the worst of the damp from their hands. The heat from the tiny flames was pathetic, a brief, localized warmth that did nothing for the core. They ate in silence, their minds still fogged from the long vigil. The morning passed in a daze of routine chores, checking bowstrings for moisture damage, wiping blades free of the fine film of rust that had begun to form overnight, mending a torn strap. The work was done with numb fingers and a profound sense of unreality. The anticipated battle had been a ghost, and its non-appearance was somehow more disorienting than the battle itself would have been. Scouts were sent out again, slipping into the gray forest. The captains looked haggard, their eyes ringed with shadow. The waiting was not over. It had merely changed form. It was now a daylight wait, under a sky that promised more rain. The men sat on the wet logs of their breastwork, staring out at the dripping trees. The adrenaline had been spent, and in its place was a crushing torpor. The excitement of the hunt, the sharp fear of the night, both were gone, leaving a hollowed-out shell of fatigue. The idea of marching, of moving from this miserable hillock, felt incomprehensibly difficult. The idea of staying felt like a slow death by damp and boredom. Then, in the late morning, a scout returned. He did not run, but he moved with a swift, purposeful stride that caught every eye. He went directly to the captains, and this time, his report was not whispered. His voice, though low, carried in the still, wet air. The enemy camp was breaking. They were moving, not toward us. East. They were leaving. A ripple moved through the men who heard it. It was not joy. It was a complex, unnameable feeling, part disbelief, part a strange disappointment, part a vast, overwhelming weariness. The tension that had been their framework for days simply evaporated, leaving them spiritually slumped. The captains conferred quickly. The decision was made not to pursue, not immediately. They would send more scouts to track, to be certain. The main force would remain on the hillock for now, to rest and to see if this was a ruse. So the day became another day of waiting, but of a fundamentally different kind. The sharp, pointed fear was gone. In its place was a dull, nagging suspicion and a yawning emptiness of purpose. They had fortified this ground for a fight that had not come. They had endured a night of exquisite tension for nothing. The narrative of the campaign, which had seemed to be building toward a climax here in this wet wood, had simply deflated. Men looked at the stakes they had sharpened, the earth they had piled, and felt foolish. The labor had been for a phantom. The rain began again, a light, cold shower. They huddled under whatever cover they could find, makeshift lean-tos of branches and cloaks, the lee side of the larger trees. The gray light never brightened. The world was a watercolor of washed-out greens and browns. Time became something to be endured, not used. Men played dice in the mud, the throws listless. They talked a little more, but the talk was circular and ended in shrugs. The primary topic was the weather. The secondary topic was the pervasive, bone-deep damp. The enemy was a distant third, a concept that had lost its immediacy and thus its power. As the afternoon faded once more into a premature, rainy dusk, the confirming scouts returned. The enemy was definitely in retreat, moving with purpose along the eastern track. Their rear guard was vigilant, but they were not setting an ambush. They were putting distance between the two forces. The decision was finally made. They would break camp at first light and follow, but not to engage, to shadow, to pressure. The war of movement was resuming, but the war of battle had been postponed. That night they allowed larger fires. The light was a welcome change, painting the trunks of the trees in warm, flickering orange and making the falling rain look like drifting sparks. The men gathered around, holding out stiff hands to the flames, steam rising from their sodden clothes. There was no celebration. There was only the simple animal comfort of heat. They dried their socks and foot wrappings, the smell of wet wool and sweat sharp in the firelight. They boiled more water, made more gruel. The routine was the same, but the emotional atmosphere had shifted. The sharp edge was off. They were still soldiers in the field, still cold and wet and hungry, but the sword that had been hanging over their necks had been lifted, at least for now. The relief was not active. It was a passive thing, a slight lessening of a weight they had almost forgotten they were carrying. Sleep, when it came in the damp shelters, was deeper, more thorough. The night was quiet but for the rain, and no one started at every sound. The sentries still watched, but their watchfulness was procedural, not paranoid. The forest was just a forest again, not a screen hiding annihilation. Dawn of the following day was a repetition of gray light and drizzle. They broke down their breastwork, not with haste, but with a methodical thoroughness. They scattered the sharpened stakes, kicked apart the fire rings, shouldered their packs. As they filed down from the hillock and back onto the forest path, now a shallow stream of mud, they left behind a patch of churned earth and a few charred spots where the fires had been. The forest would reclaim it quickly. In a week, the rain would smooth the mud. In a month, green shoots would find purchase in the disturbed soil. The little fortress would vanish as if it had never been, a fleeting scar on the land, just as the memory of the long, tense wait would become just another layer in the deep sedimentation of the campaign. A story with no action, a fear with no release, a night in the rain that led only to a morning of more marching. They turned their faces east into the damp wind and put one foot in front of the other, the road ahead once again a blank page, the enemy ahead once again a distant rumor, and their own lives a slow, persistent motion through the weather and the days. The forest thinned, not into open country, but into a landscape of bogs and broken hills. The sky remained a low, oppressive lid of gray, and the air was thick with moisture that was not quite rain, a clinging damp that beaded on the eyebrows and left a cold film on the skin. The path they followed was a treacherous thing, a ribbon of firmer ground snaking between pools of stagnant, peat-black water. The mud here was different, a cold, sucking mire that gripped the boots with a greedy insistence, pulling with each step. The column stretched and compressed like a wounded snake, men struggling to free their feet with a wet, popping sound, often needing to grab the shoulder of the man ahead to keep from pitching over. The pace, never swift, became a crawl. Every yard was a negotiation with the earth. The world was reduced to the patch of mud immediately underfoot and the laboring back of the comrade in front. There was no sign of the enemy now, only the evidence of their passage. The deeper churn of mud where many feet had passed, the occasional discarded item, a broken strap, a worn-out shoe, half sunk in the mire. They were following a ghost army through a dead land. The terrain was silent but for the sounds of their own exertion. The grunts, the sucked-in breaths, the rhythmic, sticky plosh of boots being pulled free. The trees were stunted here, twisted oaks and skeletal birches draped in gray lichen, standing like sentinels in the mist. The pools of water reflected nothing but the flat, gray sky. It was a place that felt unfinished, primordial, indifferent to the passage of men and their wars. They camped that night on one of the few patches of high, dry ground, a rocky hummock that rose from the bog like the back of a submerged beast. There was no wood for fires, only damp, spiky gorse that smoked and sputtered, giving more irritation than warmth. They ate cold rations, their teeth aching from the effort of chewing hard biscuit in the cold damp. The night was a chorus of coughs and the deep, penetrating chill that rose from the bog. Men slept fitfully, huddled together on the rock, the cold seeping up through cloaks and blankets. The stars were hidden. The only light was the faint, phosphorescent glow that sometimes shimmered on the surface of the black pools, a witchy, unsettling luminescence that seemed to watch them. The next day was the same, and the day after. The bog gave way to a region of low, rolling hills covered in coarse, brown grass and heather, but the wet held. The wind picked up, a constant, mournful keening that scoured the hills and drove the damp through every layer of clothing. It was a wind that carried no scent, only cold. They marched with their heads down, their bodies angled against the blast. Conversation was impossible. Words were torn from the lips and lost. They communicated in gestures, in shared pulls on a waterskin, in a hand offered to help a man over a slick outcrop of rock. The landscape was a study in desolation. They saw no villages, no farms, not even the ruins of such. It was as if they had marched off the edge of the known world and into a place that had been forgotten by time. The pursuit of the enemy became an abstract concept, a line on a map in a captain's pouch that had little to do with the reality of wet wool and aching legs. The scouts still went out, but their reports grew less frequent, less certain. The trail was growing cold, literally dissolving in the constant rain and wind. The purpose of the march, which had been sharpened to a point on the wooded hillock, now blurred and frayed. They were not marching to battle. They were not marching to relief. They were simply marching because it was the only action left to them, the only proof they were still an army and not just a collection of lost men. Illness, which had been held at bay by tension, began to stalk the column in earnest. The damp cold settled in chests, turning into racking coughs that left men breathless and weak. Fevers bloomed, burning through gaunt faces in the night. The sick could not be left in this empty land. There was nowhere to leave them. They stumbled on, supported by their comrades, or were loaded onto the already overburdened wagons, where they jolted and shivered amidst the sacks of grain and bundles of spears. The column's pace slowed further. It became a funeral procession without a corpse, a slow exodus through a purgatory of wind and wet. One afternoon, they crested a rise and saw, for the first time in days, a mark of human habitation. In the valley below, nestled beside a river that ran slate-gray under the clouds, was a monastery. It was a small, stout complex of stone buildings surrounded by a low wall, with plowed fields and orchards clinging to the slopes around it. Smoke rose from a chimney. It looked like a child's toy, a perfect, self-contained world of order and peace. The column halted. The men stared, a collective hunger sharper than any for food rising in them. It was not the wealth of the place that drew them, but its dryness, its warmth, its sheer, impossible normality. The captains conferred. This was not a military objective. It was a religious house nominally neutral, but armies, especially cold, wet, hungry ones, have their own logic. A party was sent down under a flag of parley. The rest waited on the ridge, the wind tearing at their cloaks, their eyes fixed on the closed wooden gate of the monastery wall. Time stretched. The light began to fade from the gray sky, leaching it of what little color it had. Finally, the party returned. The gate would be opened. They could shelter in the outbuildings, the barns, the stables, the mill, not in the cloister itself. They would be given what food could be spared. In return, they would not pillage. They would respect the sanctity of the place. It was not a victory, but it was a reprieve. They filed down the muddy track into the valley, through the opened gate, and into the ordered world of the monastery. The contrast was almost painful. The cobbled courtyard was clean. The smell was of wood smoke, baking bread, and the herbal scent of the physic garden. Monks in dark robes watched them from doorways and windows, their faces unreadable, a mixture of fear, pity, and resignation. The soldiers were led to a long, low barn. It was dim inside, smelling of dry hay and animals, but it was out of the wind. The roof was sound. For the first time in weeks, they were under a roof that did not leak. The routines of the army continued, but softened, muffled by stone walls and the presence of the monks. They stacked their weapons in a corner. They hung their sodden cloaks on pegs, steam rising from the wool in the comparative warmth. They were given hot broth, thick with barley and turnips, and coarse, dark bread. It was the most substantial meal many had eaten in months. They ate in silence, sitting on the packed earth of the barn floor, the simple act of consuming something warm and filling a profound, almost spiritual experience. Afterward, they slept. Not the shallow, fearful naps of the march, but a deep, drowning sleep, the kind that comes from total exhaustion meeting total safety. The barn filled with the sounds of deep, regular breathing and the soft patter of rain on the roof. A sound that was now a comfort, not a curse. They stayed for 2 days. The monks were cautious but not unkind. The infirmarian tended to the sick, applying poultices and dispensing bitter draughts from his stores. The soldiers, for their part, mostly kept to their barn. Some helped with chores, chopping wood, drawing water, in exchange for extra food or simply to have something to do with their hands that was not destructive. There was an unspoken truce. The violence and desperation of the campaign were left outside the gate. Inside, there was only the rhythm of monastic life. The bells calling to prayer, the quiet work in the gardens, the murmur of Latin from the chapel. It was a pocket of suspended time, a bubble of an older, slower world. On the morning of the 3rd day, the order came to prepare to leave. The news was met not with protest, but with a heavy acceptance. The interlude was over. They packed their dryish gear, shouldered their packs, and formed up in the courtyard. The abbot, an old man with eyes the color of the river stones, came out to see them off. He said a brief blessing in Latin, his voice thin but clear in the damp air. The soldiers stood silently, heads bowed or staring at their feet, uncomfortable with the blessing, grateful for the shelter. Then the horn sounded, the gate was opened, and they filed back out onto the road, leaving the smell of bread and herbs for the smell of wet earth and their own unwashed bodies. The road led up and out of the valley, back into the wind-scoured hills. The memory of the monastery was already receding, taking on the quality of a dream. The warmth of the broth, the dryness of the hay, these became mental artifacts to be taken out and examined during the colder watches of the night. The present reasserted itself with its familiar textures. The rubbing of a damp tunic at the shoulders, the ache in the knees from the uphill climb, the taste of metal from a waterskin. They marched for days more, the landscape gradually changing. The hills grew higher, the valleys deeper. The rain lessened, replaced by a fine, cold mist that clung to the high passes. They were entering the mountains or the foothills of them. The air grew thinner, harder to breathe. The paths were narrow, often carved into the sides of cliffs, with drops that fell away into swirling cloud. The wind here had a voice, a constant, tuneless moan in the rocks. They moved in single file, carefully, the sound of dislodged stones clattering down into the void a frequent reminder of the precipice. The world was reduced to the path, the man in front, the rock wall to one side, and the gray nothingness to the other. There was no sign of the enemy here. It was as if the mountains had swallowed them. The pursuit was unquestionably over. They were not chasing anyone. They were simply crossing. The purpose was now geographical, not tactical, to get to the other side, to what no one knew. But the mountains were an obstacle, and obstacles existed to be crossed. So they climbed, and they descended, and they climbed again. Their world was rock and cloud and cold, and the endless placing of one foot in front of the other on the narrow, stony trek. The war, the kingdom, the enemy, all of it felt distant and small, petty concerns of the lowlands. Up here, there was only the mountain, and the wind, and the slow, painful ascent. The mountains did not end with a dramatic pass and a vista of new lands. They wore down, ridge by weary ridge, their slopes softening into great, humped shoulders of moorland covered in tough, gray grass and scree. The wind remained, a constant, battering presence that scoured all thought clean, leaving only the animal instinct to lean into it and move. The air was thin and carried a sharp, mineral scent, the smell of stone and cold water. Streams cut through the peat, their water so clear and cold it hurt the teeth to drink. They crossed these on stepping stones, or waded through the icy torrent, the shock a brief, brilliant pain that momentarily erased all other sensations. The sky here was immense, a vast dome of shifting cloud and sudden, startling patches of blue. Sunlight, when it broke through, had a hard, brilliant quality that painted the landscape in stark contrasts of light and deep purple shadow. It was a beautiful, desolate, and unforgiving place. They saw eagles riding the updrafts, mere black specks against the immense sky. They saw herds of shaggy, wild goats picking their way across impossible cliffs with a casual grace that mocked their own clumsy, earthbound progress. There were no paths now, only a general direction kept by the scouts who ranged ahead, picking the route of least resistance across the trackless moor. The army became less a column and more a great, slow-moving stain across the landscape, spreading out to navigate the tussocks and hidden streams. Cohesion was hard to maintain. Units became separated by folds in the land or by the varying paces of men whose strength was being leached away by altitude, wind, and the relentless, grinding labor of the traverse. At night, they camped in whatever hollow offered a meager break from the wind, huddling behind low stone walls they built from the loose rock that littered the ground. Fires were small, fueled by peat dug from the ground with their knives, burning with a low, smokeless, hot flame that gave more light than warmth. They slept fitfully, pressed together for shelter, the wind moaning over them like a lament for the dead. Hunger was a sharper companion here. The land offered nothing. Their rations, replenished slightly at the monastery, dwindled again to a daily handful of meal and a strip of leathery dried meat. Men grew thin, their faces becoming gaunt masks in which the eyes seemed too large. The work of marching was itself a caloric expenditure they could not afford. They moved with a slow, deliberate economy, conserving every ounce of energy. Speech was rare, and when it came, it was a hoarse, breathless thing. They communicated in shared glances, in the passing of a waterskin, in a hand offered to pull a comrade from a peat bog that had looked like solid ground. Illness changed form. The chest coughs persisted, but a new malaise set in, a deep, bone-aching fatigue that was more than tiredness. It was a depletion of the spirit, a sapping of the will. Men would sit down during a brief halt and simply stare into the middle distance, their eyes empty. It took sharp words or a rough hand to get them moving again. The world inside their heads was as bleak and featureless as the moor. Memories of home, of the monastery, even of battle, lost their color and potency. The present was all there was. The next ridge to climb, the next stream to cross, the next pang of hunger in the gut. After days of this, they began to descend. The descent was at first a subtle change. The air grew slightly thicker, the wind less constant. The gray grass gave way to patches of wiry heather, then to stunted pines that clung to the slopes with tenacious roots. The sense of immense, empty space began to close in. The sky felt lower. They were leaving the roof of the world. The path, when they found it again, was a shepherd's track, a thin scratch on the mountainside. It led them down into a deep, narrow valley, a cleft so steep that the light reached the bottom only for a few hours at midday. A river thundered along its base, a white, foaming fury confined between walls of dark rock. The sound of it was a constant, roaring presence that vibrated in the chest. They followed the river downstream, the path sometimes carved into the cliff face, sometimes forcing them to scramble over great, moss-slick boulders that had fallen from above. The world was damp and dark, the air cool and smelling of wet stone and crushed fern. Sunlight was a rare gift, a fleeting stripe of gold that would illuminate a patch of brilliant green moss or the spray from the river before vanishing again. It was a claustrophobic contrast to the moors, a descent into the belly of the earth. Then, one afternoon, the gorge widened. The cliffs fell back. The river slowed, spreading into wider, shallower pools. The trees changed from pine to oak and alder. The light improved. They emerged from the mouth of the valley as if being born, blinking in the comparatively bright light of a wider, gentler land. Before them lay a wooded plain, and beyond it, the unmistakable, hazy suggestion of cultivated fields and the distant, thin spire of a church. They had crossed the mountains. The knowledge settled on them not as triumph, but as a simple, undeniable fact, like the arrival of bad weather. They stood at the edge of the trees, looking out at this new country. It was not home. It was not the land they had left. It was another place with its own secrets, its own dangers. The wind from the moors was gone, replaced by a still, heavy air that felt warm and thick in their lungs. The sound of the river faded behind them, leaving a ringing silence. The captains gathered. Maps were consulted. The scouts were sent ahead, not to find an enemy, but to find a place to camp that was not a mountainside or a gorge. The army, ragged and depleted, waited at the tree line. The men sat on their packs, too tired to feel relief, too numb to feel curiosity. They looked out at the plain with blank eyes. The descent was over. The crossing was done. They were somewhere else. That was all. The campaign, which had seemed to pause in the high, windy silence, now resumed its slow, inevitable logic. There would be orders. There would be marching. There would be a need for food, for water, for a defensible position. The great, empty drama of the mountains was behind them, and the smaller, more complicated human dramas of supply and strategy and potential conflict lay ahead. They had exchanged one set of hardships for another. The road, unseen from here but undoubtedly present, would begin again soon. They sat in the gathering dusk, the first gnats of the lowlands finding them in the still air, and waited for the word to move. The mountains at their backs were already turning into a blue, saw-toothed shadow against the twilight sky, a barrier they had passed, already receding into the past, another layer of the long journey. The plain was not the soft, welcoming farmland they had imagined from the heights. It was a dense, ancient woodland, choked with undergrowth and threaded with slow, tea-colored streams. The air under the canopy was still and close, heavy with the scent of damp leaf mold and decaying wood. After the cleansing scours of mountain wind and river spray, this felt like descending into a warm, wet mouth. The light was a filtered, green gloom, and the silence was of a different quality. Not the vast, empty silence of the moors, but a watchful, crowded quiet, broken by the sudden scuttle of unseen things in the brush and the occasional heavy drop of water from the canopy high above. The path they found was not a road, but a game trail, a tunnel through the green. They moved in single file, the column stretching out until the men at the rear could see nothing but the back of the man in front and the pressing wall of vegetation on either side. Progress was maddeningly slow. Vines snagged on spears and packs. Roots tripped tired feet. The humidity soaked their clothes anew, a clinging, sweaty damp that was worse than the rain. Insects found them, small, biting flies that left itchy welts on necks and wrists, and mosquitoes that whined in their ears at dusk. The men slapped at themselves constantly. A new, frantic rhythm added to the march. For 3 days they pushed through this green labyrinth. The world shrank to the narrow corridor of the trail. Direction was maintained by the scouts who moved ahead with axes, sometimes hacking a clearer passage. There was no sky, only a ceiling of leaves. There was no horizon, only the next turn in the path. Time became meaningless, measured only in the growing ache of the shoulders and the deepening hunger. The rations were nearly gone. They foraged as they went, finding little. A few bitter berries, some edible fungi pointed out by men who remembered country lore, the occasional clutch of birds' eggs robbed from a nest. It was starvation food. The gnawing in their bellies was a constant, sharp-toothed companion. On the 4th day, the character of the woods began to change. The trees grew larger, the undergrowth thinner. They began to find signs of human activity. A blazed mark on a trunk, the mossy remains of an old woodcutter's stack, a crumbling stone wall nearly swallowed by ivy. Then, in the late afternoon, the trail opened abruptly onto a clearing. But it was not a natural clearing. It was the ruins of a settlement. It was not a village, but something older. The low, broken walls were of massive, unmortared stone, grown over with moss and small saplings. The outlines of circular foundations were visible in the grass. In the center stood the skeleton of a great hall, its roof long gone, its timber ribs blackened by some ancient fire, pointing at the sky like the bones of a huge, dead animal. A sense of profound age hung over the place, a stillness that was deeper than mere absence of sound. It was a place where time had won, completely and utterly. The column halted at the edge of the ruins. The men stared, a superstitious unease moving through them. This was not a place of war, but of endings. The captains, after a brief consultation, decided they would camp here. The clearing was defensible. The stone walls offered some shelter. There was a spring, a clear pool welling up in a stone basin at the base of a broken statue whose features were worn smooth by centuries of rain. They moved into the ruins with a hushed reverence they had not shown in the plundered village. They set up their meager camp within the tumble-down circles of stone, as if moving into the ghostly footprints of a forgotten people. The firewood was abundant, deadfall from the great trees around the clearing. Soon, small fires were flickering within the ancient hearths, the smoke curling up through the empty roof beams of the hall to join the evening mist. The juxtaposition was jarring. The ephemeral, desperate life of the army taking root in the enduring death of the ruins. That night, the forest was alive with sound. Owls called from the giant trees. Something large moved through the undergrowth at the clearing's edge, its passage a series of heavy, snapping twigs. The men huddled closer to their fires, their sense of scale unsettled. The mountains had made them feel small. This ancient wood, with its secret ruins, made them feel transient. Their wars, their kings, their fleeting lives, all of it seemed insignificant here, where the stones remembered nothing and the trees had seen empires rise and fall. The following day, they did not move on. The captains made the decision to rest here, to send out hunting parties in earnest, to try to regain some strength before pushing further into the unknown. The ruins became a temporary home. Men explored the tumble-down structures not for plunder. There was none, but out of a dull curiosity. They found nothing but more stones, and the occasional rusted lump of metal that might have been a tool or a weapon, now indistinguishable from the earth. They drank from the spring, its water cold and tasting of stone. They washed their clothes and their bodies in the stream that trickled from the basin, the first proper washing some had had in weeks. The feeling of clean, wet skin was a startling luxury. The hunters returned with mixed success. 2 scrawny deer, a wild boar, a sack of squirrels and hares. It was not enough for everyone, but it was meat. The cooks rendered the fat, made stews that were more bone and gristle than substance. But the smell of cooking meat filled the clearing, a rich, primitive aroma that seemed to belong to the place. For a day and a night, the army was not marching, not fighting, not starving. It was simply existing in a bubble of quiet, green decay. But the rest could not last. On the second morning, the scouts returned from the east with news. The forest ended, they said, a day's march away. Beyond it were fields and a road. And on that road there was traffic. Not an army, but supply trains. Wagons headed south under light guard. The scouts had seen the banners. They were the banners of their enemy. The news was like a stone dropped into the still pool of the ruins. The ripples spread quickly. The aimless wandering was over. They had a target. Not a fortified position, not an army to engage, but a vein to tap. Supplies, food, perhaps news. The officers' eyes lost their hollow look and gained a sharp, calculating glint. Plans were drawn in the dirt with sticks. The hunting parties were called back. The rest was over. The next dawn, they left the ruins as quietly as they had come. They doused the fires, scattered the evidence of their stay, and filed back onto the game trail, now heading due east with a new purpose. The men marched with a different energy. It was not the keen edge of battle anticipation, but the sharper, hungrier focus of the predator who has scented prey. The thought of wagons, of sacks of grain, of barrels of salt meat, of maybe even ale put a faint, desperate light in their eyes. The gnawing hunger was no longer a passive burden. It was a compass needle, pointing them toward the road. The forest began to thin in earnest. The massive, ancient trees gave way to younger growth, then to open woodland. The light improved. Through the trunks, they began to catch glimpses of cultivated land. The straight line of a hedge, the yellow of a ripe grain field. The air lost its damp, closed in feel and took on the dry, dusty scent of summer fields. The game trail joined a wider track, then a proper lane, deep-rutted by cart wheels. They moved with more caution now, scouts well ahead, the main body pausing at every bend. By midday, they reached the forest's edge. Before them lay a sun-drenched landscape of rolling fields divided by hedgerows. A proper road, a pale ribbon of packed earth, ran north to south along the tree line. And there, to the south, moving at a crawl, was a line of perhaps a dozen wagons, canvas covers sagging with their loads. The guard was visible. A score of mounted men riding at the front, rear, and flanks, their helmets glinting in the sun. They looked relaxed, unaware. The army halted, concealed within the last shadows of the wood. The captains observed. The plan was simple, brutal. They would wait for the wagons to draw abreast of their position, then swarm from the trees, overwhelming the guard before they could form a proper defense. Speed and surprise were everything. The orders were whispered down the line. Weapons were gripped. Men sank to their knees in the underbrush, their hearts beginning to pound not with fear now, but with a kind of avaricious thrill. They watched the wagons creep closer, the distance narrowing with agonizing slowness. The dust from the road rose in a warm, golden haze. The bleat of a sheep from one of the wagons carried clearly on the still air. They could almost smell the grain. The head of the wagon train drew level with their position. The captain raised his hand. 100 men held their breath. The hand dropped. There was no roar, no horn. Just a rustle, like a sudden wind through dry leaves. As 100 men rose from the brush and burst from the tree line, a ragged, silent wave of metal and dirty wool, pouring down the shallow bank and onto the road. The world erupted into a chaos of shouting, the screams of horses, and the sharp, clean clash of steel. The assault was a brief, violent spasm in the sunlit afternoon. The guards, caught in the open, were swarmed before they could properly form. The fighting was not a duel of lines but a series of isolated, desperate scrambles. A horseman dragged from his saddle, a wagon driver swinging a whip until a spear took him in the chest, a guard standing back to back with a comrade against a press of 3 men, falling moments later. The dust, churned by frantic hooves and boots, rose in a thick cloud, turning the sunlight into a hazy, golden gloom. The noise was intense but short-lived. The sharp cries of men, the terrified whinnies of horses, the thud of bodies hitting the hard-packed earth. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The surviving guards, a handful, spurred their horses south and fled, leaving the road to the victors and the wounded. A strange, breathless silence descended, broken only by the moans of the injured and the stamping of the captured draft horses. The soldiers stood panting among the wagons, their weapons held loosely, looking around as if surprised by the sudden stillness. The adrenaline, which had carried them in a furious wave from the trees, now receded, leaving them shaky and hollow. They stared at the prizes before them. The canvas covers were taut over lumpy shapes. One wagon had a broken side, spilling golden grain onto the road in a whispering cascade. Another held wooden casks, their staves stained dark. The smell of dust, blood, and split grain hung in the air. For a moment, no one moved. The discipline of the attack held them in check, waiting for the order. Then a captain barked a command, and the spell broke. They fell upon the wagons not with the chaos of looting a village, but with a frantic, focused avarice born of long hunger. They cut the canvas ties. They pried open lids and knocked in barrel heads. The discoveries were met with hoarse, ragged cheers that held more relief than joy. Sacks of flour and meal, barrels of salt pork and dried fish, smaller casks of wine and ale, bales of coarse cloth and bundles of leather. It was not treasure, but life. It was the mundane, glorious substance of continued existence. Order was imposed with surprising speed. The captains, sensing the potential for a riot over the spoils, posted guards of their own at each wagon. The supplies were to be unloaded, catalogued, and distributed fairly by unit. The work began immediately under the high, hot sun. Men heaved sacks onto their shoulders, their muscles straining but their faces alight with a kind of fierce satisfaction. They rolled barrels into the shade of the trees. They stacked bales of cloth like builders raising a wall of fabric. The wounded, theirs and the enemy's, were dragged to the side of the road. Their own were tended to with rough bandages. The enemy wounded were given water and left. No one had the energy or the inclination for mercy killings. The business was with the wagons. The dead were stripped of anything useful, weapons, armor, boots, and dragged into the ditch. The captured horses were calmed and picketed. The wagons themselves were examined. 2 had broken axles and were cannibalized for parts. The others were deemed reparable. The army, which had been a ragged, starving column, was suddenly a bustling, purposeful machine of salvage and assessment. The mood was not celebratory, but intensely practical. For the first time in months, they were dealing with an abundance of problems: how to carry all this, how to divide it, how to protect it, and these were good problems to have. As the sun began its decline, turning the dust in the air to gold, the distribution began. Each man received a measure: a sack of meal for his mess, a portion of salt meat, a length of cloth, a share of wine. They accepted it with quiet, solemn gratitude, tucking the items away in their packs or clutching them to their chests. The promise of a full belly, of a mended shirt, of a swallow of something that was not water, was a tangible hope, a weight in the pack that felt like a fragment of a future. They made camp right there, pulling the remaining wagons into a rough logger at the edge of the wood. Fires were lit, many of them, and for the first time in living memory, the pots that hung over them were filled to the brim. The smell that rose was intoxicating. Porridge thickening, meat stewing, flatbread toasting on stones. The men sat around the fires, not talking much, their eyes fixed on the bubbling pots with a hypnotic intensity. When the food was served, they ate slowly, savoring each mouthful, their bodies trembling slightly with the shock of real sustenance. The wine and ale were passed around, a careful swallow per man, enough to burn the throat and warm the stomach, not enough to cloud the mind. They were in enemy territory on an open road. Vigilance was still required. The night that followed was different from any they had known in recent memory. The bellies were full. The damp chill was held at bay by the warmth of good food and the close heat of the many fires. The sentries were posted, but their watch was less strained. The immediate, knife-edge fear of starvation had been blunted. Men slept more deeply, their sleep not the collapse of exhaustion, but the earned rest of laborers after a good day's work. The sounds of the camp were the comfortable sounds of contentment. The low murmur of conversation, the soft clink of a spoon on a wooden bowl, the deep, regular breathing of sleep. Dawn came clear and bright. The mood in the camp was purposeful, almost brisk. Decisions had been made in the night. They could not stay on the road. They had what they needed. The enemy would send forces to investigate the missing convoy. They would move east again, back into the deeper forest, but now with wagons, with supplies, with a burden of wealth that was also a burden of vulnerability. The repairs to the wagons were completed. The loads were secured. The column formed up, but it was a different column now. It was slower, encumbered, its shape broken by the high, canvas-topped wagons that creaked and groaned as the oxen were persuaded to move. They turned off the road, back onto a track that led into the woods, aiming not for the trackless wilderness of before, but for a known hunter's path the scouts had found, one that led toward a range of low, wooded hills that promised concealment. The march that day was slow but steady. The men walked with a straighter back. The new food in their bellies was a physical fuel. They talked more, not of grand things, but of the immediate. How best to cook the salt pork, whether the cloth was enough for a new shirt, the quality of the captured wine. It was the talk of men re-engaging with the mundane mechanics of life. The terrible, abstract hunger that had hollowed them out was replaced by simple, logistical concerns. It was a profound shift. They made camp that night in a secluded valley beside a stream. The wagons were drawn into a circle. The supplies were unloaded with care, stored under guard. They ate another full meal. Afterward, some men took the opportunity to mend their clothes with the new cloth, their rough stitches visible in the firelight. Others simply sat, staring into the flames, their faces softer, the lines of starvation and fear momentarily eased. The night was quiet. The forest sounds familiar and unthreatening. They were, for this moment, not a desperate army on the brink, but a well-provisioned force in a hidden camp. The difference was everything and nothing. They still had no home. The enemy was still out there. The war was not over, but they had full stomachs, and for now that was a kind of peace. The sentries looked out into the dark woods, and the dark woods looked back, but the gnawing void inside was quiet, and so the external darkness seemed less absolute. They slept, and their dreams were not of feasts or of home, but were often dreamless, a blank, black sleep of sheer physical replenishment. The road ahead was still unknown, but they would meet it with heavier packs and a steadier step. The valley's seclusion held for 3 days. They rested not as men on holiday, but as machinery undergoing repair. The abundance of food worked a slow physical alchemy. The sharp, starved angles of faces began, just perceptibly, to soften. The deep, trembling fatigue that had lived in the marrow of their bones receded, replaced by a more ordinary tiredness that could be slept away. Men took turns bathing in the cold stream, scrubbing weeks of grime from their skin with handfuls of gritty sand, emerging shivering but feeling, for a fleeting moment, like their former selves. They mended gear with the new cloth and leather, the repetitive motions of stitching and tying off a quiet meditation. The camp took on an air of settled, purposeful industry. The wagons, arranged in their protective circle, became a fixed feature, a symbol of this temporary stability. Children of the camp, too young to have known anything else, might have believed this was how life was meant to be lived. But the captains knew it was an illusion, a painted scene on a fragile parchment. Scouts returned each day with the same essential report. The countryside was stirring. Patrols of enemy horse were on the roads, searching. The destroyed supply train had been found. The hunt was up. They were a pocket of order in a landscape that was now actively seeking to erase them. The decision, when it came, was inevitable. They could not stay. To remain was to be encircled and starved out again, this time in a comfortable trap. They would move, but not as fugitives. They would move as an army in possession of its means, aiming for a position of strength. Their new goal was a place marked on the older scouts' mental maps. A fortress, or the ruin of one, known as the Old Watch. It lay to the northeast, in a region of bleak, stony hills. It was said to be a grim, unwelcoming place, long abandoned by its lords, but its walls, if they still stood, were of thick cyclopean stone. It was a place to make a stand, or from which to negotiate, or simply to vanish into for a time. It was a destination, and that alone gave the next phase of the march a new character. They broke camp on a morning of high, thin cloud. The process was slower now, complicated by the wagons and the careful repacking of the supplies they had just unloaded. The column that formed up was a hybrid creature, part swift, predatory army, part slow, vulnerable caravan. They moved out of the valley and into a region of low, rolling chalk downs, the grass pale green and cropped short by sheep. The sky was immense here, a great bowl of milky blue. The wind had returned, a clean, constant stream that swept the land, carrying the scent of thyme and dry earth. After the close, damp oppression of the forest and the claustrophobic ruin, this openness was a shock, felt exposing. Men instinctively closed ranks, their eyes scanning the empty horizons uneasily. There was nowhere to hide on these downs. They were a dark, slow-moving caterpillar on a vast, pale table. They marched for 2 days across this open country, a tense, exposed journey. Every distant speck on the horizon was scrutinized. Every flock of birds rising in the distance was a potential signal. They moved from dawn until dusk, pushing the oxen as hard as they dared, wanting to be across this vulnerable expanse. At night, they camped in the open, the wagons forming their only barricade against the emptiness and the wind. The fires seemed smaller, their light pathetic against the enormity of the dark. The stars were a brilliant, cold swarm. Men slept fitfully, feeling the immense space around them as a physical pressure. On the 3rd day, the downs began to buckle and rise into the promised hills. The grass grew sparse, replaced by outcrops of gray rock and patches of stubborn gorse. The track became steeper, rockier. The wagons groaned in protest, their wheels skidding on loose scree. Progress slowed to a crawl. The hills were not high, but they were steep and folded, a maze of narrow valleys and sharp ridges. The sense of exposure faded, replaced by a new tension of confinement and blind corners. Scouts ranged far ahead, checking each valley mouth, each crest. It was in one such narrow defile in the late afternoon that they found the first solid evidence of pursuit. Not the enemy themselves, but the signs. The ashes of a recent, small fire behind a windbreak of stones. The fresh dung of several horses. A scrap of blue cloth snagged on a thorn bush, the color of the enemy's livery. The column halted. The captains gathered, their faces grim. The hunters were not just searching. They were on the trail and closing. The old watch was still a day's hard march away. The decision was made to press on through the night. There would be no rest, no fires. They would march by the light of a waning moon, gambling on the rough path. The night march was a descent into a world of monochrome and profound fatigue. The moon, when it rose, was a thin, cold sliver that cast just enough light to turn the path into a ribbon of faint gray amidst pools of black shadow. They moved in near-total silence, a long, whispering procession of shadows. The only sounds were the labored breathing of men and beasts, the crunch of careful footsteps on stone, the creak of wagon timbers, and the endless sigh of the wind in the rocks. Men walked half asleep, their bodies moving on the memory of the day's rhythm, their minds floating in a gray haze. Stumbles were frequent, curses were bitten off. Time lost all meaning. The night was an endless, cold tunnel they had to walk through. Dawn found them strung out along a high ridge, gray-faced and stumbling with exhaustion. The old watch was finally visible in the distance, a darker lump on the crest of the highest hill in a tangled knot of hills. Even from here, it looked exactly as described, grim, solid, and unwelcoming. Place of last resort. The sight of it, instead of hope, brought a wave of despair. The distance still to cover looked impossible. But they had no choice. The enemy was behind them. The only direction was forward. They pressed on, the day a blur of agony. The path became a nightmare of switchbacks and crumbling edges. Men pushed at the wagon wheels, their muscles screaming, to help the blowing oxen up the steepest pitches. The sun climbed, hot and merciless, baking the stone and dust. Water ran low. The brief strength gained from the captured supplies was burning away in the furious expenditure of this forced march. They were a machine grinding its gears to dust. They reached the base of the final hill as the sun began to dip toward the western ridges. The old watch loomed above them, its walls broken in places but still imposing, a crown of dark stone on the barren hilltop. The last descent was the steepest, a winding track barely wide enough for a single wagon. It took the last of their strength, a final, gasping push. One wagon slipped, a wheel crumbling the edge of the path. Men threw themselves against it, heaving it back from the precipice with raw-throated shouts, their feet scrabbling for purchase in the dirt. Then, as the last light bled from the sky, they were there. They passed under a ruined gatehouse, its arch still standing but its portcullis a rusted skeleton, and into the main courtyard of the old watch. The space within the walls was larger than expected, paved with cracked flagstones from which weeds sprouted. Buildings lined the walls, a hall, a barracks, stables, all roofless, their interiors open to the sky. The well in the center of the yard still had its stone housing, and when a stone was dropped down, it returned a distant, promising splash. They had made it. The order was given to secure the perimeter, to barricade the gate with whatever they could find. The wagons, fallen stones, broken timbers. The work was done with the frantic, last-ditch energy of men who know the wolf is at the door. As darkness fully claimed the hills, they stood within their new, desolate fortress. Fires were lit in the shelter of broken walls. Sentries were posted on the crumbling battlements, peering out into the deepening gloom of the valleys they had just climbed. The men collapsed where they stood, too tired to eat, too tired to feel anything but the profound ache in every limb. They lay on the cold flagstones, under the open sky, looking up at the first hard stars. The wind, which had been their constant companion, still blew, but here it whistled through the empty windows and broken crenellations, a lonely, eternal sound. They were safe for the moment. They had walls. They had a well. They had supplies. They had reached the end of this particular road. But as they lay in the ruin, listening to the wind and the coughs of their comrades, they knew this was not an end, nor a haven. It was just another kind of waiting. The enemy was down there in the dark hills, and the moon that rose over the broken walls was the same moon that would light their way up the path. The trial of the march was over. The trial of the siege was about to begin. The first night within the stone gut of the old watch was not a night of sleep, but of collapse. Men lay where they had fallen, their bodies pressed against the cold flags of the courtyard or huddled in the skeletal lee of roofless walls, and descended into a stupor so deep it bordered on oblivion. The wind, channeled and amplified by the ruin, played a mournful, discordant music through empty windows and across broken teeth of masonry. It was a sound that spoke of abandonment, of centuries of slow decay, and now of this new temporary occupation. The sentries on the walls saw nothing in the blackness but the deeper black shapes of the surrounding hills, and heard nothing but that same wind. The enemy, if they were close, were keeping their own counsel in the dark. Dawn revealed the fortress in its full, bleak majesty. The walls were thick, but time and neglect had worked on them. Whole sections of the parapet had collapsed into slides of rubble. The keep, a square tower at the highest point of the enclosed area, had lost its western face, opening its interior rooms to the sky like a dollhouse struck by a giant's hammer. Weeds grew from the mortar between stones. Birds nested in sheltered crevices. It was a place of ghosts and echoes, not of defense. Yet it was all they had. Work began immediately, driven by a quiet, desperate urgency that was sharper than any shouted order. There was no rest. The luxury of the hidden valley was gone. They were in the open now on a hilltop, and they had been seen. The work was the work of drowning men building a raft from splinters. Parties were sent to scour the lower slopes for anything usable. Timber from stunted trees, loose stone to repair the worst of the gaps, clay to mix a poor mortar. Others worked inside, clearing debris from the ground floor of the hall and the barracks, making space for the stores and the wounded. The well was their salvation. The water drawn up was cold, clear, and plentiful. The precious supplies from the wagons were unloaded and stored in the most intact of the underground cellars, hidden from fire and weather. The captains walked the circuit of the walls, pointing, arguing in low tones. Priorities were set. The gate, though ruined, was the most obvious weakness. They set to building a secondary barrier behind it. A wall of stone and timber cribbing, filled with rubble and earth, a crude but massive plug. It would take days. On the walls themselves, they built rough fighting platforms from scavenged wood, places for archers to stand behind the crenellations that remained. There were no engines of war, no cauldrons for boiling oil. Their artillery was the slope of the hill and the piles of stones they gathered and stockpiled at intervals along the walkway, the oldest weapons in the world. The men worked in a silence broken only by the sounds of labor, the ring of a hammer on a chisel, the grunt of men shifting a heavy stone, the sawing of wood. There was no conversation. The shared understanding was absolute. They were building their own trap or their own refuge. The distinction would be decided by others. Their world shrank to the circumference of the wall, the pile of stones before them, the ache in their hands. The panoramic views from the battlements, the endless roll of gray-green hills under the vast sky, were not scenery. They were a threat assessment, a map of approaching danger. They looked out not with wonder, but with a calculated, grim measurement of distance and cover. Days passed in this monotonous, back-breaking rhythm. The weather held, a succession of clear, windy days and cold, star-bitten nights. The work changed them. Their hands grew calloused and split. Their faces, recently softened by food, were burned by the wind and sun and etched with new lines of concentration and fatigue. They moved with the deliberate economy of men conserving energy for a long ordeal. The meals, still regular and ample, were consumed quickly, fuel for the work, not pleasure. The sense of community that had flickered in the valley dissipated. They were no longer a band of brothers, but a crew of laborers on a dire, shared project. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses with a cold, practical eye. This man was good with a saw, that one had a weak back, another could be trusted to hold the end of a heavy log without faltering. Scouts, those who could move like ghosts, slipped out at dusk and returned before dawn. Their reports were terse. The enemy was there. They were encamped at the base of the eastern approaches, in the tree line where the hills began to rise. They were not yet siege works, but a watching camp. They were waiting, perhaps for reinforcements, perhaps for orders, perhaps for the defenders to make a mistake. Their numbers were estimated, revised, argued over. The specifics didn't matter. The fact of their presence did. They were a noose laid on the ground, not yet tightened. On the fifth day, the first direct contact came. A party of enemy horsemen, bold or foolish, rode up the winding path in full view, just beyond bowshot. They carried a white banner. They stopped, and one man, unarmored, walked forward a few more paces. He shouted up at the walls, his voice thin and torn by the wind. His words were an offer, a demand, a threat. The specifics were lost. The captain on the wall listened, then turned and spat over the parapet. No answer was given. The man below waited, then shrugged, turned, and walked back to his horse. The party wheeled and rode back down the hill. The silent pantomime of parley was over. The next move would not be with words. That evening, as the sun cast long, distorted shadows from the broken tower, the first assault came. It was not a full-scale attack, but a probe, testing the defenses and the defenders' resolve. It began with arrows, a sudden, whispering swarm that arced up from the darkening slopes below and fell clattering on the stones of the courtyard and the walls. A few found flesh. A man cried out, clutching at a shaft in his thigh. Then, with a shout that was more roar than words, a wave of infantry rushed up the last open slope toward the gate. They came not in a disciplined line, but in a rushing mob, carrying ladders and a crude, heavy ram fashioned from a felled tree. The defenders had been waiting for this. They did not panic. They moved to their positions with a grim, rehearsed efficiency. Archers on the platforms leaned over and loosed their own arrows down into the climbing mass. The effect was less like a battle and more like butchery at a steep angle. Men fell, tumbling back down the slope, knocking others off their feet. Stones, stockpiled for this purpose, were heaved over the wall. They did not need to be aimed. They simply needed to fall. The thud of a large rock striking a shield or a body was a dull, terrible sound. The ram reached the gate and began its pounding, a deep, resonant tum-tum-tum that vibrated through the stone under the defenders' feet. But the gate was blocked by their crude wall of earth and stone. The ram beat against ancient oak and iron, but behind it was 10 feet of packed dirt and rubble. It would not give. The fight at the walls was brief and vicious. Ladders were pushed away with forked poles as soon as they touched stone. Men who reached the top were met with spear thrusts and axe blows in the confined, chaotic space of the ramparts. It was close, bloody work, a series of personal, desperate struggles in the twilight. The noise was deafening. Screams, shouts, the clash of metal, the splintering of wood, the constant, unnerving tum of the ram. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. A horn sounded from below, not a call to advance, but to retreat. The attackers disengaged, flowing back down the hill like water receding from a rock, leaving their dead and wounded scattered on the slope and piled at the base of the walls. The ram was abandoned. Silence rushed back in, broken only by the moans of the injured and the heavy, ragged breathing of the defenders. They had held. The knowledge settled on them like dust. There was no cheering. Men leaned on their weapons, spent, looking at the carnage on the slope below. The twilight deepened into night. Torches were lit on the walls, their flames whipped by the wind. The work of the night began again. Tending to their own wounded, of which there were a surprising number, cuts, broken bones, the deep, bruising blows from stones that had been thrown up as well as down. The enemy wounded on the slope cried out, but no one went to them. They would live or die with the coming of the dawn. The captains walked the walls again, assessing. The gate had held. The defenders had held. But it was only a probe. The enemy now knew the strength of the gate, the positions of the archers, the ferocity of the defense. The next assault would be different. It would be harder. The men settled back into their positions, wrapped in their cloaks against the cold. Their eyes on the dark slopes were small, moving points of light. The enemy's own torches now glimmered. They had passed the first test. There was no satisfaction in it, only the cold understanding that there would be more, and that each one would chip away at their strength, at their numbers, at their will. The siege had begun in earnest. The walls of the old watch, which had felt like a trap, were now their entire world. The wind still blew, the stars still shone indifferently, and down in the darkness, an army was waiting for its next chance. The defenders waited with them, their backs to the hollow ruins, their faces to the night, the taste of blood and dust in their mouths. The long, silent contest of endurance had entered its next, more terrible phase. The night after the assault was not silent. It was filled with the low sounds of suffering and repair, the groans of the wounded, carried into the roofless hall that served as an infirmary, mingled with the crackle of the small, shielded fires and the murmur of the men tending them. The surgeons, a butcher, a man who had once assisted an apothecary, and a soldier with a steady hand and a strong stomach, worked by torchlight, their faces grim and slick with sweat. They had few tools and fewer medicines. The work was crude, stitching torn flesh with needle and thread, setting broken bones with splints of scavenged wood, applying poultices of cobweb and herbs to slow bleeding. Amputation was a last, desperate resort. The saws rasp a sound that made every man within earshot flinch and look away. The lucky ones were given strips of leather to bite, or a swallow of the captured wine to dull the senses. The unlucky ones screamed until their voices broke, and then they whimpered, or fell into a merciful swoon, or died. Outside, the rest of the defenders worked through the night. They hauled the enemy dead from the base of the walls with hooked poles, dragging them into a pile downwind to be burned at first light, a pyre for strangers. They collected spent arrows from the courtyard, straightening fletchings where they could. They checked the crude barricade behind the gate, shoring up spots where the ram's blows had shaken loose earth and stone. They spoke little. The brief, furious energy of the fight was gone, replaced by a deep, cold weariness that seeped into the marrow. They moved like automatons, their bodies performing tasks their minds had already abandoned. Dawn came, gray and sullen. The smoke from the funeral pyre rose in a thick, greasy column that stained the morning sky. The smell, sweet, cloying, and profoundly wrong, drifted over the walls, a constant reminder. The defenders on the ramparts looked out over the slopes, now littered with the detritus of the fight. Broken shields, discarded weapons, dark stains on the grass. The enemy camp in the distant tree line was quiet, but visibly larger. More tents had sprung up in the night. More cookfires smoked. They were being reinforced. The noose was not just tightening. It was being woven with thicker rope. The days that followed settled into a new, grim routine. It was not the routine of labor, but the routine of siege. The assaults did not come daily, but the threat of them was constant, a pressure that never eased. Instead, the enemy employed subtler torments. Archers, skilled and patient, took positions in the rocks on the lower slopes, just within extreme range. Their arrows were not aimed at men, but at anything that moved. A sentry showing his head above the parapet for too long. A man crossing the courtyard to fetch water. The shots were sporadic, unpredictable. A man could be talking one moment, and the next be lying on the flagstones with a yard of ash wood through his neck. It created a nerve-shredding environment where every open space was a killing ground, and the sky itself seemed malevolent. Water was not a problem, but food began to be measured with a miser's eye. The captured supplies, so abundant a week before, now sat in the cellar under a guard's watchful eye. Rations were cut, then cut again. The hearty stews became thin gruel. The hard biscuit was portioned out by weight. Hunger, the old familiar demon, crept back into the courtyard. It was a different hunger now, not the wild, gnawing emptiness of the march, but a calculated, rationed deficit that slowly drained vitality. Men grew listless. The work of maintaining the defenses became harder, each movement requiring a conscious effort of will. The enemy, in turn, began proper siege works. From the walls, the defenders could see the slow, deliberate activity in the middle distance. They were building a mantlet, a large, wheeled roof to protect men as they filled the ditch at the weakest part of the wall, a section where the rubble fall was steepest. They were also constructing a siege tower, a skeletal framework of green timber that grew a little taller each day. It was a declaration of intent. They were not going to starve them out quickly. They were going to come over the walls. Inside the old watch, the atmosphere curdled. The initial unity born of shared peril began to fracture under the strain of constant fear and diminishing returns. Arguments flared over nothing. The allocation of blanket space in the crowded barracks, the order of drawing water, the perceived fairness of a food portion. The arguments were short, bitter, and ended not with resolution, but with sullen silence. Men broke into smaller and smaller groups, based on the region they were from or the unit they had belonged to before this ragged amalgamation had formed. The shared identity of defender was not enough. The captains maintained order, but their authority was brittle, enforced by grim looks and the implicit threat of the few men still loyal to them. They were no longer leaders of an army, but wardens of a prison they all shared. The mental toll was perhaps the worst. The confines of the fortress, which had initially felt like a shelter, became a stone cage. The view from the walls was no longer a strategic assessment, but a taunt, a vision of a world they could not reach, of hills and sky that were free. Men spent hours staring into that distance, their minds empty or else wandering down paths of memory so vivid they felt like madness. Some talked to themselves in low, constant murmurs. Others simply sat, their backs against the cold stone, their eyes closed, retreating into an inner darkness that was preferable to the one outside. At night, the enemy added to the psychological warfare. They would beat drums, not in a rhythm, but in a slow, monotonous, unsettling thump that echoed through the hills and into the very stones of the fortress. They would light great bonfires and send up showers of sparks, or sometimes, men would shout, their voices distorted by distance and the wind, calling out names, making promises of mercy, describing the meals they were eating, the women they had waiting. It was all nonsense, but in the dark, with empty bellies and frayed nerves, it wormed its way into the mind. Sleep, when it came, was thin and haunted, filled with dreams of feasts that turned to ash, of open gates that led to ambushes, of drowning in the well's cold, dark water. One afternoon, a week into the siege, the first man broke. He was a young soldier from a levee in the south, a boy really. He had been standing watch on a section of wall that was constantly harassed by the enemy archers. Perhaps an arrow came too close. Perhaps the drumming the night before had finally severed a last, thin thread in his mind. He simply stood up, threw down his spear, and began climbing over the parapet. He said nothing. His face was blank. Two of his comrades grabbed him, dragging him back, struggling as he fought them with a silent, frantic strength. They wrestled him to the walkway, where he curled into a ball and began to weep, great, shuddering sobs that had no end. He was taken below, bound for his own safety, and left in a corner of the hall. His weeping became a background noise, a steady, hopeless counterpoint to the other sounds of the siege. No one looked at him. They understood. The weather broke. A cold, driving rain swept in from the north, turning the courtyard into a shallow lake and the slopes to slick mud. It grounded the enemy archers and halted work on the siege tower. It should have been a relief. It was not. The rain leaked through every makeshift shelter, soaked every blanket, turned the stored grain musty. The cold became penetrating, a damp chill that settled in the lungs and made every cough a rattling agony. The wounded in the hall suffered terribly, their bandages soaking through, their fevered bodies shivering on the damp straw. The smell of wet wool, unwashed bodies, and sickness grew thick in the confined spaces. The world was reduced to a gray, wet misery within gray, wet walls. And through it all, the defenders waited. They waited for the next assault, which the rain had only delayed. They waited for their food to run out. They waited for a relief that no one spoke of, because no one believed in it. They waited for their own minds to unravel completely, as the young levies had. The siege was not a battle. It was a slow, inexorable process of reduction, of being worn down, grain by grain, like the stone of the walls under the endless drip of the rain. They were not heroes in an epic. They were men in a trap, watching the walls of that trap close in, not with a slam, but with the slow, crushing patience of geology. The enemy outside had time and numbers. They had only the crumbling stone at their backs and the dwindling spark of will inside them. The rain fell, the wind howled through the ruins, and the drumming in the night, when it resumed, sounded like the slow, steady beat of a gigantic heart, counting down the moments until the end. The rain lasted 3 days, a ceaseless, gray deluge that turned the world to water and mud. When it finally ceased, a cold, clean silence descended, broken only by the steady drip from broken eaves and the gurgle of water finding new paths through the ruins. The air was sharp, washed clean of smoke and dust, and carried the scent of wet stone and sodden earth. The defenders emerged from their damp hovels like creatures from a burrow, blinking in the weak sunlight that broke through the retreating clouds. The respite from the arrows and the drums was over. The world was clear again, and in that clarity, the progress of the siege works was brutally apparent. The mantlet was complete, a hulking, roofed shed on wheels now positioned at the base of the targeted wall. Behind it, men moved like ants, unseen but for the occasional flash of a shovel or the steady, ominous trickle of earth being packed into the ditch. The siege tower stood half-finished, a skeletal giant of lashed timber, taller than the outer wall. Work on it had resumed with a renewed vigor. The message was unambiguous. The grace period of bad weather was over. The next phase was imminent. Inside the old watch, the rain had done its own damage. The mood, already fractured, had soured into a thick, toxic despair. The brief, shared misery of the storm had not brought the men together. It had isolated them further, each man wrapped in his own wet, shivering misery. Sickness spread. The damp cold had settled in chests, and the infirmary hall echoed with a chorus of wet, hacking coughs that seemed to shake the very stones. The food, what was left of it, had a faint, mildewed smell. The water from the well was still clean, but it was cold, so cold it hurt to drink. The captains, their faces drawn and etched with the same fatigue as their men, knew they were nearing the end of their calculus. The walls would hold against another direct assault, perhaps. But the siege tower changed everything. Once it reached the parapet, they would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. They had no fire to burn it. Their stock of pitch and oil was long gone. They had no engines to knock it down. Their only answer would be men standing on the wall to meet the men coming off the tower, and they no longer had enough men for that, not men who could fight. A council was held in the lee of the broken keep, out of the wind. The options were few and terrible. Sortie out and attempt to destroy the siege works, that would be suicide, a gift to the enemy archers and their waiting infantry. Negotiate surrender? The white banner had already been answered with spit. The terms would be execution for the captains and slavery or mutilation for the rest. Hold until the end? That was not an option. It was an outcome. In the end, a desperate third path was chosen, born not of strategy but of the primal will to live. They would not wait for the tower. They would not surrender. They would abandon the old watch. Not in a fighting retreat, that was impossible, but in a silent exodus, a gamble on stealth and the cover of the next night's darkness. They would go out the way no one was watching, through the ruins themselves. There was, in the oldest, most collapsed section of the southern wall, a place where the outer stones had tumbled down the steep hillside in a massive scree slope, creating a natural, if treacherous, ramp to the ground below. It was not a gate. It was a geological wound. It was also, they believed, unguarded. The enemy's attention was fixed on the gate and the area before the rising siege tower on the eastern approach. The southern slope was deemed too steep, too broken for an assault. It was their only chance. The plan was simple to the point of insanity. They would wait for full dark. They would leave everything they could not carry. The remaining supplies, the wagons, the worst of the wounded. They would take only weapons, water, and what little food could be portioned out into personal sacks. They would go in absolute silence, one by one, down the scree slope, hoping the sound of dislodged stones would be lost in the wind. They would regroup at the bottom and then disappear into the trackless hills to the south, away from the roads, away from the armies, to become fugitives, bandits, ghosts, anything but corpses on these walls. The order, when it was passed in whispers from man to man, was met not with protest, but with a kind of bleak understanding. It was an admission of defeat, but a living one. The spark of will, reduced to an ember, flared once more, not as courage, but as the raw instinct for flight. Preparations were made with a quiet, focused intensity. Packs were filled, boots were checked and retied, weapons were clutched, not for fighting, but as tools for the wilderness ahead. The wounded who could walk were helped to their feet. Those who could not were laid on pallets in the hall. a skin of water and a few crusts of bread placed within reach. Their eyes, as their comrades turned away, held a terrible, silent knowledge. No goodbyes were spoken. As twilight deepened, the defenders gathered in the shadow of the southern wall, a dark, shapeless mass of humanity against the darker stone. They waited, listening to the sounds of the enemy camp carrying on the evening breeze. The distant clang of a hammer on metal, a snatch of laughter, the smell of their cooking fires. The contrast was a physical ache. Above, the first stars pricked through a velvet sky. The wind, their old enemy, now became their ally, sighing through the ruins, covering small sounds. When full dark came, moonless and profound, the first man edged over the tumbled stones and began his descent. He moved with agonizing slowness, feeling for each foothold, his shape dissolving into the blackness below. Then another went, and another. There was no order, only a slow, steady trickle of shadows slipping over the wall and vanishing. The scree shifted under their weight, a low, grinding whisper that was, mercifully, swallowed by the wind. From the enemy camp, there was no alarm, no sudden flare of torchlight. Took hours. The line of men on the wall dwindled. The captains were among the last to go. One paused, looking back at the dark outline of the fortress against the starfield, at the hollow shell that had been their prison and their hope. Then he too turned and was gone. At the bottom of the slope, in a narrow gully choked with thorn and shadow, the army reassembled itself as a whispered rumor of its former self. They stood shivering, not from cold now but from the sheer tension of the escape. They counted themselves by touch and low breath. Not all had made it. Some had fallen on the slope, their cries stifled or lost. They were left. There was no going back. A scout who knew the stars took the lead. Without a word, he moved off, following the gully south. The rest fell in behind, a long, silent file of shadows in a world of shadows. They did not look back at the old watch looming above them. They looked only at the back of the man in front, at the ground under their feet, at the dark path ahead. The fortress, with its memories of hunger, fear, and the drumming in the night, was already part of the past. It was a skull on a hill they were leaving to the crows and the wind. They moved through the night, a river of silence flowing through the sleeping land. The hills closed around them, friendly now in their obscurity. The only sounds were their own careful footsteps and the endless, sighing wind. They were nobody. They were nowhere. They had no destination, no supply train, no banners. They had only the direction away and the terrible, unburdened freedom of the lost. The war was still out there, somewhere, but for now it was a distant fire on a far horizon. Their world was the next step, and the next, and the next, a slow unraveling into the anonymous dark. The road was gone. There was only the land, and the night, and the silent, desperate business of putting one foot in front of the other, moving from the known tragedy into the unknown blankness of the days to come. The land south of the Old Watch was a labyrinth of gorse-choked valleys and stony ridges, a forgotten seam in the quilt of the kingdom. They moved through it not as an army, but as a migration of wraiths. The silence they had cultivated for their escape became their permanent state. Speech was a luxury that felt dangerous, a vibration in the air that might betray them to the hills themselves. They communicated in touches, in gestures, in the shared understanding of a pointed finger or a halted hand. The scout in the lead was their only certainty, a man who moved with an uncanny sense for the land, finding deer trails and dry stream beds that offered passage with minimal sight lines. The first day after the escape was a journey through a world of heightened animal senses. Every distant bird call was parsed for alarm. Every shift in the wind carried a phantom scent of wood smoke or horse. They moved from dawn until the light began to fail, then found a hollow, a cave, or a dense thicket to crawl into. They ate cold rations, strips of the salt pork, handfuls of the musty grain they had taken, and drank from icy streams, lying on their bellies to sip like deer. Sleep was a series of shallow, twitching naps, each man taking a turn at watch, staring into the dark until his eyes played tricks, seeing movement in every shifting shadow. They saw no one. This land was truly empty, abandoned to sheep and weather. They passed the ruins of a shepherd's bothy. Its roof collapsed, its hearth cold for a generation. They found a stone circle on a high moor, the standing stones slick with lichen, holding a silence older than kings. These monuments to time deepened their own sense of insignificance. They were a fleeting disturbance in a landscape that had seen countless such disturbances come and go, leaving no mark but a few scattered stones and bones. The physical toll of the siege was now compounded by the strain of constant, stealthy movement. The food, never ample, was dwindling fast. The brief strength from the captured supplies was a memory. Hunger returned, a sharper, more intimate companion now that it was no longer a shared, rationed misery, but a personal, gnawing thief. Men grew lightheaded. Stumbles became more frequent. The line stretched further, the weaker men lagging behind until a comrade would drop back, take their pack without a word, and urge them on with a grip on the arm. On the third day they found the road, or rather, they intersected it from a high bluff. A pale, straight line cutting through the valley below, connecting 2 points in a world that had logic and order. They stared at it from their concealment in the rocks. It was both a temptation and a terror. A road meant people, supplies, direction. It also meant patrols, tollkeepers' eyes. The scout studied it for a long time, watching for dust, for movement. Seeing none, he led them down, not onto the road itself, but into the dense woodland that flanked it. They would use the road as a guide, a seam to follow through the wilderness, but they would remain in the margin, the unseen audience to the traffic of the normal world. That first night beside the road, they heard it. The jingle of harness, the rumble of wheels, the low murmur of voices. A merchant caravan, well guarded, passed by in the moonlight, its lanterns bobbing like will-o'-the-wisps. The men lay flat in the bracken, their hearts hammering against the cold ground, watching the wealth and safety of the world roll by within a stone's throw. The smell of the caravan, spices, oiled leather, the warm scent of the horses, was a torturous reminder of everything they were not. No one moved. No one made a sound. After it passed, the silence it left behind was heavier, more profound. The following days blended into a monotony of parallel existence. They moved south, keeping the road always within earshot to their left, a constant, tantalizing artery of a life they could not touch. They crossed tributaries on fallen logs. They skirted villages whose church bells told the hours, a sound that felt like a mockery of their timeless drift. They lived on what the land reluctantly gave: more roots, a few late berries, a hare caught in a snare one of the men remembered how to make. The meat was stringy and scant, divided among 20, a taste of blood that only sharpened the hunger. The group continued to fray. A man, his leg wounded during the siege and never properly tended, developed a fever. One morning he could not rise. They gave him the last of their water, propped him against a tree with his spear in his hand, and moved on. It was not a decision discussed. It was an act of environmental selection, as silent and inevitable as a wolf leaving a sick member behind. His eyes, glassy with fever, watched them go without protest. The scout, their lodestar, began to falter. The constant pressure of navigating, of making decisions for all, of never resting, wore him down. He took a wrong turn, leading them into a bog that swallowed hours as they floundered knee-deep in cold, black peat. When they finally extracted themselves, shivering and caked in muck, a look of profound uncertainty had settled on his face. The unspoken contract of leadership was breaking. They were no longer a group following a guide. They were lost men wandering together. Then, one rain-swept afternoon, the road they had been following forked. One branch continued south, broader and better kept. The other turned east, narrower, climbing into a range of dark, mist-shrouded hills. The scout stood at the edge of the wood, looking from one to the other, his face a mask of confusion and exhaustion. He had no map. He had no orders. He had only rumor and instinct, and both had run out. It was then that a sound made them all freeze. Not the sound of travelers, but of industry. The distant, rhythmic chunk of an axe biting into wood, followed by the crack and crash of a falling tree, came from the east, up the narrower road. The sound was alien in this empty land, a declaration of human purpose. The men looked at each other, a silent question hanging in the damp air. The road south was the known, the logical path, perhaps toward warmer lands, perhaps toward more of the same war. The sound to the east was an unknown, a risk. But it was a direction. It was a choice. Without a word, the scout turned east. He did not look back to see if they followed. He simply began to walk, his shoulders slumped with a weariness that went beyond the physical. One by one, the others fell in behind him. The decision was not made. It simply occurred, as a stream, blocked in one channel, finds another. They left the main road behind, this tangible thread to the world of men, and began to climb the narrower track toward the sound of the axe, and the mist and the unknown hills. The pursuit was gone. The siege was gone. The war was a fading echo. All that remained was the need to move, and the faint, desperate hope that the sound of another human's labor might lead to something. Shelter, food, or simply an end to the endless, silent walking. The rain fell harder, soaking through their threadbare cloaks, washing the mud from their boots as they climbed, step by heavy step, into the gray veil of the high country, leaving no trace of their passage behind. The sound of the axe was a lure, a steady, metronomic heartbeat pulling them deeper into the folds of the hills. The rain softened to a clinging mist that beaded on their eyelashes and dripped from the ends of their spears. The track narrowed further, a muddy groove worn by cart wheels and the hooves of small, sure-footed ponies. They passed a tumble-down cairn, a marker of some forgotten boundary. The trees here were different, old, coppiced beeches and chestnuts, their trunks gnarled and mossy, managed by human hands long ago but now returning to wildness. The axe sound grew louder, clearer. It was joined by other sounds. The scrape of a saw, a man's voice calling out, not in alarm, but in casual instruction. They were approaching a settlement, but one that felt hidden, tucked away from the world. The scout halted at the edge of the trees. Before them, the land opened into a steep-sided coombe, a natural bowl in the hills. A swift stream cut through its center, and there, on terraces carved into the slopes, was a hamlet. It was not like the village they had taken. It was poorer, simpler, built of the same gray stone as the hills, with roofs of thick, mossy thatch. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, blending with the mist. A small herd of shaggy goats browsed on the lower slopes. In a clearing by the stream, two men were at work, one splitting logs with an axe, the other sawing a felled tree into lengths. A woman hung washing on a line strung between two apple trees. It was a scene of profound, fragile normality. The soldiers stood in the shadow of the trees, watching. There was no wall, no gate, no guard. The place was utterly defenseless. The temptation that rose was not the violent hunger of the raid, but something deeper, more pathetic. a craving for the simplicity of the scene, for the smell of wood smoke and wet wool, for the sound of a human voice raised without fear. They were ghosts at the feast of the living. The scout did not move for a long time. The men behind him waited, their breath shallow. The choice was here in this hidden combe. They could descend. They could take this place as they had taken the other. It would be easy. There would be food, shelter, dry clothes. Or they could reveal themselves, ask for mercy, for work. Or they could turn and vanish back into the woods, preserving the fragile, terrible freedom of the hunted. The man with the axe stopped, wiped his brow with his forearm, and looked up, not at them, but at the sky. He was older, his face weathered like the stone of the hills. He said something to his companion, who laughed. The sound was startling in its ordinariness. Then the scout did something unexpected. He laid his spear down on the wet leaves. He unbuckled his sword belt, letting it fall beside it. He took off his helmet, a dented, rusty thing, and placed it on top. He stood there unarmed, in his filthy, ragged tunic, and took a single step out from the tree line into the open. The man with the axe saw him. He did not start or cry out. He simply stopped, the axe hanging loosely in his hand. He stared at the apparition that had emerged from the misty woods. The other man stopped sawing. The woman at the washing line froze, a damp shirt in her hands. The scout raised his empty hands, palms out. A universal, desperate gesture. He took another slow step forward. Behind him, still in the trees, the others watched, their own weapons gripped tight, a coiled spring of violence or flight. The older man studied the scout for what felt like an age. He looked past him into the shadows where the others hid. He saw them, of course. He saw the glint of metal, the pale, gaunt faces. He looked back at the unarmed man before him. Then he did not raise his axe in threat. He leaned it against the log he was splitting. He said something, his voice too low to carry. He gestured not to the scout, but to the hamlet behind him. A slow, open-handed wave toward the smoke and the thatched roofs. It was not an invitation. It was not a surrender. It was an acknowledgement, a statement. I see you. This is what is here. The scout stood frozen, his hands still raised. The moment stretched, taut as a bowstring. Then, from the hamlet, an old woman emerged from a low doorway. She carried a wooden bucket. She walked to the stream, filled it, and turned to go back. As she passed the men in the clearing, she glanced at the scout, her face a network of wrinkles, her eyes dark and unreadable. She said nothing. She just walked back to her house, the bucket heavy in her hand. The normality of the act, the sheer, mundane courage of it, broke the tension. The older man by the log picked up his axe again, not to fight, but to work. He brought it down on the next log with a solid thunk. The sound echoed in the coombe, a declaration that life here would go on, regardless of the specters at its edge. The scout slowly lowered his hands. He turned and looked back at his comrades in the trees. His face was empty of everything but exhaustion. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Then he bent, picked up his sword and helmet, but not his spear. He left it lying on the leaves. He turned away from the hamlet and began to walk, not back the way they had come, but along the contour of the hill, skirting the coombe, staying in the margin of the trees. One by one, the others emerged from hiding. They did not look at the people in the hamlet. They kept their eyes on the back of the scout, on the muddy ground. They followed him, a line of ragged, silent men, leaving the spear behind as an offering, or a token of peace, or simply because it was too heavy. They walked past the coombe, close enough to smell the wood smoke and the wet earth of the terrace gardens, close enough to hear the goat bells and the renewed sound of the axe and the saw. They were seen but not challenged. They were acknowledged but not engaged. It was the strangest confrontation of their lives. A battle that did not happen. A surrender that was not given. A mercy that was just the continuation of an ordinary day. As they rounded the shoulder of the hill, leaving the coombe behind, the mist began to thicken again, swallowing the sounds of the hamlet. The world returned to wet green silence and the endless, patient drip from the trees. They had not gained food or shelter. They had gained nothing tangible. And yet, something had shifted. The predatory haze, the desperation that had made them a danger to everything they touched, had been checked, not by force, but by the quiet, unyielding fact of a life that simply went on. They were still lost. They were still hungry. They were still armed and dangerous. But the hamlet, with its axe and its washing and its bucket of stream water, had drawn a line they had chosen, for reasons they could not name, not to cross. They walked on, deeper into the mist-shrouded hills. The road was gone now, even the faint track. They were guided by the slope of the land, by the flow of water, by instinct. They were moving not toward anything, but simply away, from the war, from the roads, from the choices that required violence. They were becoming creatures of the hills, their purpose reduced to the next step, the next stream to ford, the next patch of sheltered ground on which to collapse until the light returned. The world had narrowed to the circumference of their own fatigue, and the vast, gray, indifferent beauty of the land that held them. The past was a series of ruins, of villages, of fortresses, of their own former selves. The future was the next ridge, invisible in the mist. And the present was the sound of their own breathing, the ache in their legs, and the slow, patient falling of the rain. The mist became their world, a permanent, damp shroud that blurred the line between earth and sky. They moved through a monochrome dreamscape where trees emerged as looming shadows and sounds were muffled, distorted. The hills here were not the stark, windswept heights of before, but softer, rounded humps blanketed in sodden bracken and dead ferns. Streams crossed their path constantly, chuckling over smooth, gray stones, the water icy and tasting of peat. They drank from cupped hands, the cold a sharp clarity in their parched throats. They ate the last of the grain, a few moldy handfuls apiece, and then there was nothing. Hunger ceased to be a separate sensation and became the ground state of their being, a hollow, ringing silence inside them that echoed the silence of the mist. They found a shepherd's shelter, a low beehive hut of stacked stone, half collapsed and smelling of sheep dung and damp wool. They crammed inside, a tangle of limbs and ragged breath, sharing animal warmth as the temperature dropped with the night. There was no fire. The wood was too wet, and the light would be a beacon in the formless gray. They sat in the absolute dark, listening to the drip of water from the stone roof onto the earth floor. Someone coughed, a wet, ragged sound that seemed to go on forever. No one spoke. Sleep was not a conscious decision, but a series of involuntary lapses into unconsciousness, brief and filled with nonsensical, fevered fragments. The taste of broth, the feel of dry wool, the face of the man with the axe, calm and unafraid. Dawn brought no change in the light, only a gradual lightening of the gray from pitch to charcoal. They emerged from the hut stiff and colder than when they had entered. The mist was still there, but thinner now, allowing them to see perhaps 50 paces in any direction. The scout, his face gray with fatigue, simply pointed east, where the land seemed to rise slightly. They followed. The day was a repetition of the one before and the one before that. They walked because walking was the only action left. The land began to slope more steadily upward. The bracken gave way to coarse, tussocky grass and outcrops of slick rock. They were climbing again, leaving the softer valleys behind. The air grew colder, thinner. The mist here was colder too, clinging to their skin with a needle-like persistence. their progress slowed to a trudging crawl, each step an effort of will against the gradient and the deep, sapping exhaustion. Near what they guessed was midday, they found berries. A sprawling patch of bilberry bushes, their leaves turned wine-red with the season, still held a few clusters of small, dark fruit, wrinkled and overripe. They fell upon them, stripping the branches with numb fingers, stuffing the tart, seedy pulp into their mouths. The juice stained their lips and chins a purplish black. It was not a meal, but it was a shock of flavor, a fleeting connection to something other than emptiness. They moved on, the memory of the berry's sharpness a ghost on their tongues. The climb grew steeper, the mist thinned further, torn by a rising wind into tattered veils that streamed past them. They broke through the cloud ceiling suddenly, emerging onto a bare, rocky ridge under a vast, astonishingly clear sky. The sun, pale and winter-thin, blazed down on them. Below and behind, a sea of clouds stretched to the horizon, hiding the world they had left. Ahead, the land fell away into a new country of deep, shadowed valleys and sharp, pine-clad peaks under a sky of hard, crystalline blue. The wind here was a physical force, a clean, savage torrent that ripped the heat from their bodies and made standing difficult. They crouched behind rocks, gasping, their eyes watering from the light and the wind's assault. The view was breathtaking and utterly desolate. There were no roads, no smoke plumes, no signs of human life at all. It was a world before men or after them. The scout scanned the horizons, his eyes squinted against the glare. He pointed not to a settlement, but to a smudge of darker green in a valley far to the southeast. A forest, denser and larger than the woods they had known. It looked like a place to get lost in forever. They began the descent, leaving the screaming wind of the heights for the relative stillness of the upper slopes. The way down was treacherous, a scramble over loose scree that shifted and slid under their weight. Men fell, cutting hands and knees on the sharp stones, cursing in hoarse whispers. They helped each other up, the gestures automatic, devoid of feeling. The descent took hours, a controlled, exhausting tumble into the gathering shadows of the lower valley. By the time they reached the valley floor, the sun was gone, leaving a cold violet twilight. They were in a pine forest, the trees tall and straight, the ground a soft carpet of brown needles that silenced their footsteps. The wind was just a sigh in the high branches. It was deeply, profoundly quiet. They found a place where a great tree had fallen, its root system creating a wall of earth and stone. They crawled into the hollow behind it, a natural den smelling of damp soil and resin. They huddled together, a single, shivering organism. Someone had kept a flint and steel dry in an oilskin pouch. With numb, fumbling fingers, they managed to catch a spark in a handful of dried moss and pine needles blown under the log. They nurtured it, adding the smallest, driest twigs they could find, blowing gently until a tiny, precious flame flickered to life. It was too small to warm them, but its light was a miracle, painting their hollow with dancing, orange shadows. They stared into it, their faces hollowed and ancient in the flicker, saying nothing. The flame was the only thing in the world that was not gray, not cold, not hungry. They slept in shifts, one man always tending the tiny fire, feeding it splinters, guarding it with his body from the faint stirrings of the night air. The others slept the dead sleep of creatures who have reached the end of their strength. There were no dreams. There was only nothingness, a blank respite. Dawn in the pine forest was a gradual infusion of gray light. The fire was a mound of white ash. They stirred, limbs cracking, muscles protesting. They ate nothing, for there was nothing to eat. They drank from an icy rivulet that trickled nearby. The scout looked at them, his eyes sunken in his skull. He simply stood and began to walk southeast, toward the heart of the great forest. There was no discussion. One by one, they stood and followed. They walked all that day through the silent, columned hall of the pines. The light was dim, filtered by a high canopy that allowed no undergrowth. Their world was reduced to the repetitive vista of countless identical trunks receding into the gloom in every direction. They could have been walking in circles. It didn't matter. Direction was an abstract concept. The forest was a maze with no center and no exit, and they were simply moving through it, a slow, persistent stain of life in a world of vegetable stillness. Their hunger had passed beyond pain into a strange, detached lightness. The body was consuming itself. Thoughts came slowly, if at all. They walked with their heads down, watching the pine needles pass beneath their feet, counting steps to give the mind a simple, pointless task. Time ceased to have meaning. The morning, the afternoon, they were just variations in the faint quality of the gray light. Then, in what might have been late afternoon, the forest changed. The pines thinned. The light grew stronger. They smelled wood smoke, not the sharp, resinous smoke of a campfire, but the sweet, peaty smoke of a settled hearth. And they heard a new sound, faint but unmistakable, the low, contented grunt of a pig. They stopped as one, their heads coming up like animals scenting the air. The scout motioned for silence, though none was needed. They crept forward, using the last of the pines for cover. Before them lay a clearing, but not a natural one. Stumps showed where trees had been felled with care, not burned. A low, long house of logs and turf stood at the far side, smoke curling from a central smoke hole. A rough fence of woven branches enclosed a muddy yard where a few chickens scratched and a single, fat sow lay in a wallow. A vegetable garden, neatly tended though now mostly harvested, lay beside the house. And there was a man. He was bent over a workbench under a lean-to, planing a piece of wood with long, smooth strokes. He was old, his hair and beard white, his movements deliberate and peaceful. This was not a hamlet. It was a steading. One man, alone in the deep forest. They watched from the trees for a long time. The old man finished his planing, examined the wood, set his tool down. He walked to the pig pen, leaned on the fence, and spoke to the sow in a low, rumbling voice. He tossed her something from his pocket. He turned and went into his house, closing the wooden door behind him. The soldiers stood in the shadow of the pines. The smell of wood smoke and cooking, something with onions, something with herbs, was a tangible force, a hook in their collective gut. The quiet industry of the place, its self-contained peace, was more disarming than any fortress. Here was a man who had withdrawn from the world of roads and wars and kings. He had built his own small kingdom here in the silence, and it was complete. The scout looked at his men. Their eyes were fixed on the house, on the smoke, on the pig. He saw the old, familiar calculation there, the assessment of risk and reward, the predator's gaze. But it was dimmer now, muted by the sheer, crushing weight of their journey, by the memory of the unarmed man with the axe, by the hollow, ringing void inside them. He did not lay down his weapon this time. He simply stepped out of the trees and walked, slowly, into the clearing. He did not raise his hands in surrender. He just walked, his boots silent on the thick moss, toward the door of the longhouse. He stopped 10 paces from it. He stood there, waiting. The others stayed in the trees, watching. The door did not open. The forest held its breath. The only sound was the distant chuckle of the stream and the soft snuffling of the pig. The scout waited. He did not call out. He did not move. He simply existed in the space before the door, a ragged, starving question mark in the quiet clearing. The smoke from the hearth continued to rise, straight and steady in the still, cold air. The day was ending. The light was leaching from the sky, turning the clearing blue with twilight. And still the scout waited, and the door remained closed. The twilight deepened, pooling in the clearing and turning the log walls of the longhouse to a dark silhouette against the last greenish glow in the west. The scout stood like a statue carved from weariness, his breath pluming in the rapidly cooling air. From the trees, the others watched, their own stillness absolute. The pig grunted once more and settled deeper into its wallow. A single chicken fluttered up to its roost in the lean-to. Then, without sound or preamble, the door opened. Not wide, but just enough. The old man stood in the gap, holding a clay lamp that cast a warm, honeyed light over his weathered face and the worn wood of the doorframe. He looked at the scout, his eyes moving slowly from the man's mud-caked boots to his hollowed face. He did not look surprised. He did not look afraid. His gaze held the same measured, patient quality as the man with the axe, but deeper, tempered by a solitude that spanned years, not moments. He said nothing. He looked past the scout, into the dark wall of trees where the others hid. He seemed to see them, each one, though the darkness was now nearly complete. His eyes returned to the scout. Then he stepped back, opening the door wider, and gestured inward with a slow sweep of his free hand. The invitation was clear and utterly silent. The scout hesitated for the span of 3 heartbeats. Then he turned and made a small, sharp gesture to the trees. One by one, the men emerged. They did not rush. They walked into the clearing with the stiff, careful movements of creatures stepping into a trap or a sanctuary. They gathered behind the scout, a ragged, spectral band lit by the single lamp in the doorway. The old man looked them over, his expression unchanging. He turned and walked inside, leaving the door open. They filed in after him, ducking under the low lintel. The interior was one long room, warm, smoky, and filled with the rich, complex smells of wood smoke, drying herbs, cooking, animals, and human life. A central hearth glowed with banked peat embers, the source of the sweet smoke. The light from the old man's lamp revealed shelves carved into the log walls holding tools, pots, bags, and bundles. Bunches of herbs and onions hung from the roof beams. At the far end, a rough stall held a shaggy pony, its eyes reflecting the lamplight. The space was orderly, crowded, and profoundly lived in. The old man placed the lamp on a heavy wooden table and turned to face them. He was taller than he had seemed outside, his frame thin but sturdy like an old root. He still did not speak. Instead, he pointed to a large, blackened iron pot suspended over the hearth. He pointed to a stack of wooden bowls on a shelf. He pointed to a barrel in the corner with a ladle hanging from its side. Then he moved to a stool by the fire, sat down, picked up a piece of wood and a carving knife from the floor, and began to work, his head bent, paying them no further mind. The message was as clear as if he had shouted it. The food is there. Serve yourselves. For a long moment, the soldiers stood just inside the door, frozen by the sheer, impossible normality of it. The warmth was a physical shock after the days of cold. The smells were a dizzying assault. Then movement broke the spell. A man stumbled forward to the hearth, lifted the lid from the pot. Inside was a thick stew, still warm, full of beans, roots, and chunks of dark meat. A collective, shuddering sigh went through the group. They swarmed the pot and the barrel, which held not water, but small beer, thin and sour but blessedly wet. They filled bowls and drank from the ladle, their hands shaking so badly they spilled as much as they consumed. They ate standing, sitting on the dirt floor, leaning against the walls. They ate without tasting, their bodies overriding all other senses in the primal drive for sustenance. The only sounds were the scrape of spoons on wood, the gulping of drink, the crackle of the peat, and the soft shush-shush of the old man's knife on wood. The old man carved. He did not look up. He was carving a spoon, it seemed, from a piece of pale birch. His hands were steady, the motions practiced and gentle. He was an island of quiet industry in the storm of their hunger. When the stew was gone and the beer barrel drained to its dregs, a heavy, sluggish stillness filled the room. The men sat or lay where they were, their bowls empty in their laps, their eyes glazed with the shock of fullness. The warmth of the fire and the food seeped into them, a dangerous, seductive lethargy. Their weapons lay beside them, forgotten. The old man finally set down his knife and the unfinished spoon. He looked at them, his gaze traveling from face to face. Then he spoke. His voice was low, raspy from disuse, but clear. He spoke not in the common tongue of the kingdom, but in an older dialect, the speech of the high hills and remote valleys. Some of the men understood a word here and there. Most understood only the tone, which was not of welcome, nor of condemnation, but of simple statement. "The winter comes early to this valley," he said, his eyes on the glowing peat. "The wood is cut, the grain is stored. The work is for hands that can lift an axe or pull a saw." He paused, looking up, meeting the eyes of the scout. "The loft is there." He pointed to a ladder leading to a platform above the animal stall. "The straw is dry. You can stay until the snow melts in the pass. Or you can go back into the dark." He shrugged, a small, economical movement. "The morning will tell." Having spoken, he stood, took his lamp, and walked to a partitioned corner of the longhouse, pulling a heavy curtain closed behind him. They were left in the near dark, the only light the deep red glow of the hearth. No one moved for a long time. The words hung in the smoky air, their meaning slowly penetrating the fog of fatigue and food. An offer, not of friendship, but of utility. Shelter and food in exchange for labor. A truce with this one old man and his self-sufficient world. And a timeline until the snow melted. A season, a reprieve measured in months, not hours. Slowly they stirred. Without discussion, they began to arrange themselves. Some climbed the ladder to the loft, finding the promised straw. Others simply lay down where they were on the packed earth floor, wrapped in their cloaks, closer to the dying fire. Weapons were collected, stacked neatly by the door, not as a threat, but as a gesture and unbuckling. The old man's trust, if that's what it was a fragile thing, and they moved around it with a newfound clumsy care. Sleep took them swiftly, a deep, drugged sleep of the truly spent and finally marginally safe. There were no watches set. The only sentinel was the old man behind his curtain, and the locked door which he had not locked. Dawn light, gray and cold, seeped through the smoke hole and the cracks around the door. The men woke to the sounds of the old man already moving. The clank of a bucket, the soft murmur to his pony, the crackle of him rebuilding the fire. They sat up, stiff and disoriented, the memory of the stew and the quiet words of the night before settling over them like a strange dream. The old man emerged, nodded to them as if they were a feature of the landscape he had expected to see, and went outside. They followed, blinking in the weak light. The world was unchanged. The forest, the clearing, the pig, the chickens. But they were changed. They were inside the circle of the fence, not outside looking in. The old man walked to the woodpile, picked up an axe, and tested its edge with his thumb. He turned and held it out, handle first, to the nearest soldier, a broad-shouldered man who had once been a blacksmith's apprentice. The man took it, his calloused fingers closing around the worn wood. The old man pointed to a pile of unsplit logs. Then he picked up a saw, handed it to another man, and pointed to a felled tree. He handed a hoe to a third and pointed to the garden, where the last of the root vegetables needed digging. He did not give orders. He gave tools and he pointed. Then he went to his workbench and resumed carving his spoon. The soldiers stood for a moment, holding the tools, looking from the old man's bent back to the work that needed doing. The scout met the blacksmith's eyes. The man gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He hefted the axe, walked to the woodpile, set a log on the block, and swung. The thunk was clean, solid, satisfying. It was the first productive sound any of them had made in a very long time. One by one, they turned to their tasks. The saw began its rasp. The hoe bit into the earth. The morning mist still clung to the tops of the pines. But in the clearing, a new rhythm was established. Not the rhythm of march or siege, but the older, deeper rhythm of necessary work. The cutting of wood, the tending of soil, the maintenance of a life against the coming winter. They worked in silence, but it was a different silence. Not the tense hush of the hunted, but the absorbed quiet of labor. The old man carved his spoon. He did not watch them, but he listened. The sounds of the axe, the saw, the hoe, these were the sounds of his world continuing. He had not taken in refugees. He had acquired temporary labor. It was a transaction stark and simple. And for the men, their blistered hands gripping axe handles and hoe shafts, the simplicity of it was a kind of salvation. There was no past here, beyond the edge of the clearing. No future beyond the snowmelt. There was only the next log to split, the next row to hoe, the next bowl of stew at day's end, and the dry straw in the loft. The war was a distant rumor, the memory of battle a fever dream from another life. Here, in the deep forest, with the smell of peat smoke and turned earth in their nostrils, they were not soldiers. They were hands. And for now that was enough. The morning had told them. They had stayed.